good. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Okay, we'll start again here. At this time and at each of our regularly scheduled meetings, the school board sets aside up to 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining to public education in Montgomery County. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Drake will have a timer on the screen. As a reminder, the board does not respond to speakers during public address. When you approach the mic, please state your name and your community, and we'd like to ask everyone to leave their mask on, please. Our first speaker is Angela Lambert. No Angela? Okay. Our next speaker is Zoe Zimmerman. Zoe Zimmerman. All right. Our next speaker is Dan McKagy.
Hey all, Dan McKaig, Blacksburg, and a parent of a couple of elementary school students there. Thanks for the opportunity for public comment tonight, and I'll start with just a quick thank you. Appreciate your leadership as a board, the role of the superintendent here, and the challenge that you've got in front of you as you continue to lead during a pandemic. As a career public servant, I take that thank you very seriously, and it's not lightly that I come here with concerns. I'm here to talk about transparency. So the challenge we've got in our school system right now is that we've fallen into a real trap of not sharing the best available information. And this health department has fallen into that same trap over the last year of deciding that it wasn't always in their best interest or their responsibility to share the best available information. Our students, particularly in the elementary school environment, unvaccinated, I think we can all agree that we do have transmission, that we do have exposure. Masks are our best possible mitigation, and that's great. I'm glad we're applying them. The reality is that we have unmoderated school buses. We have five-year-olds who do well to stand in line, much less wear their mask all day. So we should be sharing along the lines of what the health district has preached all the way along in order to inform the best possible personal risk assessments. Right now, as parents, we can't make those personal risk assessments without the information that you all can provide. So what I'm asking for is use the information that you have. Don't fall into the trap of feeling like your liability is increased based on withholding information when you think that there's no documented exposure. That's not in your best interest. It's creating a situation where parents are forced to rely on our social networks, on social media, and on rumors. That's not what you all want. You want to lead in this space. You want to share more than the neighboring health districts, more than the neighboring school districts. Just don't fall into the trap of thinking that you have a legal requirement to share a certain amount of information and not go beyond that. We have situations like this week at an elementary school in Blacksburg where cases were reported. It took almost a week for parents to be notified in that classroom. Frankly, unacceptable when we have to go to social media to try and figure that out. So use your schools. This is a case where local is better. Our nurses have the capacity, the capability, the knowledge to share that information. The health district is trying to contain that or hang on to that responsibility, and frankly, this is a space where you can lead. So appreciate your continued engagement here and for your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Mitchell. No Jennifer Mitchell? Okay. Our next speaker is an electronic one, Evan Laley. Hi, Evan Laley?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Please state your name and your community, and then your 3 minutes can start.
That's great, thank you. My name is Evan Lally. I'm a parent of a couple of children at an elementary school here in Blacksburg. Calling because I'm concerned about the potential for COVID to spread through the schools, and want to kind of piggyback on some of the comments that the man who was up earlier presented. I agree with what he said. Yesterday, we got an email identifying a classroom at one of the elementary schools in Blacksburg that said that all of the students in a single classroom should get tested for COVID, and that the health department was tracking cases. so we think this is a good thing, but I do have two comments about it along the lines of improved communication. The first is a question. I would like to know if the health department or the school board have considered how to encourage voluntary testing in this kind of circumstances. I know there is some question about whether families would participate or when would be the right time to do voluntary testing or at-home testing. From my perspective, our family would gladly participate if we knew it could help keep the school safe, and I know that there are other families out there in the community who feel the same way. The second comment is that for us, unfortunately, the notifications did not come soon enough. I would like to respectfully ask the health department and the school board to find a way to monitor and notify parents much faster so that they can do testing at home on their own or take time off before their own kids get sick. It's so important for younger kids, especially in elementary school, who can't get vaccinated yet. We would like to ask that you reevaluate your communication protocol, and frankly, if it involves voluntary participation from the community, I think there's people out there who'd be willing to help.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Linwood Hudson.
Hi, y'all. I'm Linwood Hudson from Blacksburg. I've got two daughters at Blacksburg High School. One plays volleyball and one's in marching band. And they're both back doing volleyball and marching band along with a lot of other sports and activities. It's great. We're super happy about that, I guess. But that being said, we worry on a daily basis about what kind of exposure they may be getting both in those activities and in other settings as well. We're not worried about them so much getting sick and going to the hospital or whatever else because we're all vaccinated, but it's more about making sure that we can keep them in school and keep them doing those activities. We don't want them to, if they had to quarantine for 10 days, that would be a big portion of a sports season or multiple band competitions or missing class and missing that work. We have to make those decisions on a daily basis, and so what we really need is more information and transparency so we can help make those decisions more frequently. How many kids and teachers are out sick and quarantine, all those things, because they factor into our decisions all the time. If we're going to attend an event, if we're going to carpool, right? A lot of these things, the transmissions maybe aren't happening in the school, but are happening outside, but that doesn't mean that they're not happening, right? And it's still a part of our daily lives as parents. We're still having to deal with those. I'm not even sure if teachers know when students are out sick or when they're going to be back. Feels like we should be able to share more of that information without sharing all the personal information. So I haven't gotten one of these in a while, but I know back when the kids were in elementary school, if there was lice in the classroom, right, we get those little notifications, there's lice. It didn't say who, but it at least told you as a parent it's something you need to be aware of, right? So you can take precautions, you can do all the things you need to do. If we can do it for lice and stomach flu and some of these other things, I don't know why we couldn't do it for COVID as well. I know other counties share information. I have a form from Chesterfield, which I've shared with some of you already, which, if there's evidence in the classroom, they share that information. It doesn't mean your kid has COVID. It just gives the parents information so they can take precautions. They may change some of their decisions based on that knowledge, right? And I feel like I'd like to see MCPS kind of treat us all as a school community across the whole county, and really kind of provide guidance and information and awareness so we can all work together as a community to keep our kids safe in the school and out of the school. The situation at CMS, it certainly wasn't isolated to just that school because those kids play on sports teams with other kids and their parents maybe live in Christiansburg but they work in Blacksburg, right? We're all one big community. I feel like MCPS could share more information so we could all be aware of how to keep our kids safe in school and out of school. And so we can all get through this thing together because COVID's not going away anytime soon, right? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Parissa Fari.
Hello, I'm Parissa Farhi. I'm a parent of 3 children in the schools, 1 in middle school, 2 in elementary school. I'm also a physician in town where I have to work with many, many patients within 6 inches of their face daily and honestly cannot afford to get COVID. and transmit it to my patients. Many of them are not fully vaccinated or immunocompromised. I think the school board has done a very good job of being better than other authorities that we've been dealing with during this pandemic, and I want to thank you for that. I've said that repeatedly during the past year and a half, that our schools have been one of the best groups, our leaders have been one of the best in this pandemic. With that said, there are two areas that I have come across, actually, in addition to what the other two gentlemen have mentioned, that need to be addressed. One is that kids with COVID symptoms are allowed to come back to school, sit within 3 feet of another child without being tested. That happened to my son's best friend, who was assigned to sit 3 feet from him. He had all the symptoms. He went home for a day. He came back the next day and sat 3 feet next to him. Assigned seating. No testing. I called the nurse. The nurse indicated that because he did not have a known exposure, he was not required to get a test. We all know that's ridiculous in a pandemic. So I ask you to please require testing for people who have COVID symptoms before they come back to school. There are $10 tests they can do on the spot. That's not much of expense to save another family's livelihood, family members, other people, our hospital system from being exposed to or having the risk of being exposed to COVID. So that's one thing. The next thing is gym. Gym is required. You cannot get out of it. The school board has decided to require students to change. In my son's middle school, about 40 kids at a time go to the locker room and take their masks off because you need that in order to change. It's a closed, low-ceiling space, and there is no adult chaperones to control the children. When they go to the gym, they've only been outside once so far. And during that time, when they're indoors, they're allowed to take their masks off. Again, that's against the policy, but it's happening. So those are some areas you guys could address to help. Our hospitals are almost full. If you get sick, you might not have a hospital room to go to, and you will become a victim of COVID, even though you did everything right. So please address this. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, public address is closed. We will move on to our consent items. We have 6 out-of-state field trips and meeting minutes presented as consent items tonight. Does anyone wish to pull anything from the consent agenda?
I have a question. You pull it up here. So the Blacksburg High School.
Excuse me, Penny, could you, talk more into your mic? It's hard to hear.
The Blacksburg High School field trip to Texas, and it talks about the cost for the student. If a student can't afford to cover this cost, how is that being taken care of?
School pays.
Okay, so when,
That's with any activity like that.
okay.
Yeah,
So-
no one will be allowed not to attend. Everyone will be able to attend regardless of the financial situation.
Okay.
Yep.
So let me ask this question. When we have field trips, do all students and their families understand that this is something that the schools will take care of and doesn't hinder their participation?
We ask the schools to give that information, absolutely, and a lot of the documentation that's presented to parents will actually make statements in regards to that if they need extra help or any assistance to contact the school.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other items to discuss?
I just have a question about the the Auburn High School varsity basketball team going to Florida for 3 days at the very end of the semester. I'm assuming they're not going to miss exams or any end of semester items. I mean,
Yes.
that's seems like timing isn't very good, and also $1,600 a person.
Yeah,
Again, there's who's footing the bill for that, because that's a hefty
Right.
expense.
When I saw that expense, I actually called the principal to ask about that, and he says that there will be fundraising for that, and most all of that really will not cost $1,600 per student. It will be fundraised.
All of it's gonna be fundraised?
That's the understanding, yep.
What about the timing on it, though? Isn't that right at the end of the semester?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And these are high school students?
Yeah.
And we're okay with them missing the end of their semester? And
What's the, how many days of school are they missing? I don't remember.
3 or 4 days, I think it said.
I
That-
think 3 nights, probably. Let's see. I looked at the 3 school days.
I don't know, what are the dates?
12.
The
to-
15th through the 19th.
Yeah. 12, 15 to 12.
I believe that falls in the window, but we have the window that we intended to test, but the window is much larger than that, and we can make special accommodations.
It's not uncommon for students to miss school for that amount of time to go on field trips. It happens every year in our schools.
And if I may, that's no different than if a parent takes a student out for their own discretion, am I correct? I mean, that's,
Yes.
we,
Well, yeah, I realize that, but.
and I know most field trips do have lots of forms of fundraising, so
Yeah.
I feel like they iron out those things before they would bring that to us, am I correct by thinking that?
Yes, they
Yeah.
have, yeah,
Thank you.
they have, and they anticipate that
Right.
the cost will be covered.
That's something that's been
Mhm.
going on for a long time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now, from my understanding, this isn't the first time that they've taken this trip, so.
Okay, did anyone want to pull anything from the consent agenda? Okay, the items are now considered approved on consent. Payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So move.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to take a quick break before we start into our business meeting so that we can get Ms. Whitaker on the phone. You're welcome to come back in 5 minutes if you'd like to stretch your legs or go to the restroom.
We haven't been here for 36 minutes.
Well, we just have to get her connected, so.
I don't need stretching yet, Marty. I need stretching here.
business meeting, we're going to first talk about the grant proposal. Can you hear me? Okay. The grant proposal, IT Course Pathways. This is year 2 of this grant. The grant focuses on cybersecurity and computer science coursework. Does anyone wish to make a motion related to this grant proposal?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The next grant proposal is for Chromebooks for grades 1 through 3. This grant would fund the purchase of Chromebooks for grades 1 through 3. This grant is funded by the American Rescue Plan, but is separate from our CARES funding. Does anyone wish to make a motion related to this grant proposal?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
A quick question on this is not, and I'm in favor of this, obviously, but from reading the thing on the bottom, these will be Chromebooks that will kind of be distributed kind of among those grades and in libraries and things like that. This is not going to be the same as what we're doing with 3rd through 12, correct?
No, actually, it will be the same thing that we're doing for, our plan initially was for 412. Then when the pandemic hit, we rolled K through 12.
Okay.
So we've picked up K, but we have a gap of 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Because we already have 4 and 5 that we purchased ahead. So the devices that 1, 2, and 3 have are going to stop getting updates from Google. So this is from the federal government. It's called the Emergency Connectivity Fund.
Okay.
And so Tommy and I talked about it, and we felt that we would be able to get these devices. So it pays 100% of the devices. There's nothing from, other than some licensing that we have for these devices. So they will be assigned, they have to be assigned to students according to the grant.
Okay.
And did they have to be K or 1, 2, and 3?
That'd be 1, 2, and 3 because we have to say that the devices that we are purchasing do not meet specifications to do remote test or learning.
Okay.
All of our other devices, we could not say that in good faith, but we
Sure.
can for these because they're hand-me-downs.
And where I'm kind of going with this too is just trying to understand the long-term strategy. I mean, certainly in the near term, I mean, we'd like to think, we keep thinking we're out of this and then we're not, right? So obviously this is a very good thing, I think, to have right now. In the past, we've had parents and even educators who have raised questions about, how much screen time, even on school Chromebooks, do we want to, younger kids, K through 3 to really experience. And so how's that being handled? Is this something that I guess number one, is this intended to be our policy, I guess, moving forward, that every child from K through 12 will just have their own Chromebook, or is that something we may reassess when we're out of the pandemic, or what?
Yeah. Well, we'll continue to reassess it, and here's why. We have never gotten the Chromebooks into our budget. Every year it's been end-of-year funding. So it's really not a budgeted item. It's amazing how we've continued to do this year after year after year. So it's never really gotten into the budget. It gets cut every year. And so it's just one of those, we just go year by year, and hopefully we can make things work. And so far, our technology department has done a tremendous job in actually doing that. So, and now instructionally, what you had asked is where is Mrs. Dr. Wickham? Explain the type of, when it comes to screen time and what goes on in classrooms and assuring the board that they're not on their screen all day long.
Absolutely, and certainly we do not want children on their screens all day long. And the way this works in the worst case scenario, let's say we had to be all virtual and on our Chromebooks. We've still encouraged our teachers to make sure that children have natural breaks. So it's the idea of 20 minutes of whole group instruction. I'm on my screen, then a little group may work with the teacher while the other children are completing work off of the screen, or certainly not synchronously. So just the way that we're set up naturally in elementary lends itself not to be on the screen. And obviously it's not age appropriate. Little children are learning how to hold pencils and markers and how to write. So there are just some things that don't work on a screen.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Policy 5-7.5. This policy was brought to us at our last meeting for a first reading. The FMLA adjustment is required by federal law. We cannot mandate that an employee exhaust all of their sick leave while they are on short-term disability. The second adjustment is brought forward for consideration. Funeral leave is changed to bereavement leave, and pregnancy loss is added as a reason to utilize bereavement leave. Does anyone wish to make a motion regarding the updates to policy 5-7.5?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? Since this is a policy, roll call, please, Ms. Morgan? I was going to call you Ms. Knott, but that's not right. Ms. Woods?
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Grant?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we will have our update on the Christiansburg High School construction. This is very exciting. Our strategic plan update for this month is in the area of learning environments. Mr. Krantz is here to present an update on the design work related to Christiansburg High School. Mr. Krantz?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. So where we're at right now, we've had meetings with school district administration. We've had meetings with our school leadership. We've met with the school's teaching staff. And we refer to most of that team as what they call the core committee. And we've had numerous meetings with that core committee. The whole purpose of pulling everything together was to identify the needs and wants that the school teams wanted. No regard to budget, no regard to the site, no regard to building code, just what was it that the school was looking to have in their building. From that, it develops into a schematic scheme, and we're near that phase as we speak. With the development of the schematic scheme, we're in a position that we're able to do a really top-line budget today. It's not a detail. It's not one that shows every single line item because it's at a 40,000-foot level. But it's fairly accurate and gives us a pretty good indication of where we stand with regard to where we may want to be going to. So you'll see this is the first floor, and I'll show you some additions here soon. But a new front, one of the goals that we had on this school is when you come in off of Franklin on Independence, today you just kind of see a building, you don't really see a school. We want to identify this as a school. We want that to be a wow factor that takes place. You'll see new classroom additions here to take care of the growth that's projected to take place in that school, the movement of the administration office, and then we'll be putting over here the new cafeteria, kitchen, and all those areas. On the second floor, you start seeing the new, all of our high schools have 2 gyms. This will give Christiansburg High School their second gym. The exciting thing about this is the intent to bring in the indoor track. That is something that you see all of our track programs here are very competitive, and this will give them the opportunity to train year-round and compete on a year-round basis. You see some expansion over into the CTE area. We've heard the request there. And then the top-level floor additions that we saw on the front of the building. Give you an idea of what it kind of would look like from a front. This is, you can see coming in off of Independence, the front of the school. You'd obviously have the Corps Cadet building sitting over here that will fit into the campus. This will become one huge campus area. This is just giving you kind of a starting point of what we're planning to. If I come from another angle, so you'd have behind yourself Franklin with Independence down here, Independence down this way. You get another look at what it is, glass, lots of natural light, which is what one of the second ambition and goal was, bring the outside into the inside of the school. A different close-up look from what the front of the school will actually propose to look like. Again, you see the continuation of the glass, lots of natural open space. A side view of that front area. So again, your front entry doorway here. Again, lots of glass, open space with the intention of getting as much sunlight as we possibly can into the space. Where we estimate our current costs are as follows. The total square footage of the building is 367,000 square feet. Our estimated cost today is $110.6 million. That's $366 per square foot. The capacity for the building is currently projected to be 1,600 students. The goal is to always have capacity in your buildings. Too often schools are built for what capacity is today, and then all of a sudden, 2 years, 3 years from now, you're putting mobile units in there, which makes 0 sense. So we believe 85% is a very good standard to kind of cap your enrollment at. So you build for 16, but you hope you'll be at about a 1,450 to 1,500 number, which gives you then the freedom as your population goes up and down, and what your academic needs of your building are, you can change accordingly. If you build it and you fill up every room exactly, and there is no free space, when the academic programs change, you don't have that ability to change with it. Or you're trying to change a round circle into a square, and it's just difficult to do. So this gives you then the freedom as a school district to meet whatever the needs may be going forward. The next step with the county is follow up with the county administration. They're having discussions with Davenport. They are trying to determine exactly what debt level they are comfortable with under today's economic environment. That's changing, obviously, almost every day. And Craig and Angie Hill, we're going to have conversations with Davenport to see where that number may be, because they believe it's changed. We believe that those discussions that the county's having could result in a higher level of debt that they're comfortable in issuing. They've not shared a certain debt level yet because they haven't had their conversations with Davenport. But it's my understanding those discussions may have been held last week or actually be discussing this week. It's fairly soon. We just haven't heard the exact date. We propose that there's a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors for y'all to have joint discussions about the status of the project, the cost of the project, and where we go to with next steps. The Board of Supervisors is available to meet on either October 4th or October 19th. We will continue to work with both the county and Crabtree to determine if we can kind of phase in the project. The county has debt that will retire going out into 2024, 2025, and say we can do 90% of the project prior to that date, and the 10% is $10 million for the sake of discussion. If we can get the extra $10 million in that 24, 25 time frame, then maybe we can make the project work. So we're looking at any and all possibilities, and you'll see in the discussion with on the CARES Act money, an interesting idea there on how to make this work, even utilizing those funds to maybe keep this thing going. The next step with the state, if approved by you as a school board, under the CARES Act side, request approval from the state to use $10 million of the American Rescue Plan funds for the HVAC system, which is part of the addition and renovation project. This is allowable under the American Rescue Plan side. Those funds would have to be spent and used by June of 2024. So if that's the will of the board, having the joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors is critical. Getting that kicked off so that we can continue with our design work, get through construction documents so I can start working with the applicable regulatory bodies to get the permits necessary to get the work going. Using some different dollar amounts, if we did that, $110 million, and we use $10 million of American Rescue, obviously that would lower the total cost by $100 million to $100 million. I wish it was by 100. So any questions?
On that cost estimate, the $300 a square foot, how does that compare? I mean, what's new? Is that that feels like a new construction price to me.
Well, what we've done under the schematic is we take the various stages of the building. So where we do the addition, we look at new construction costs. Where we look at light renovation, we use a significantly lower number. If we look at medium renovation, we look at another number. And if we go to high, I'll give you an example. There's an area of the building, and I'm not going to disclose it publicly because it's still a work in process. So to say anything's etched in stone is just not. But there's one part of the area of the building that we right now price it out with a high renovation area, okay? If that work got lowered from a high renovation to a medium renovation, we would save $6 million right now, just by lowering the type of renovation work that we do inside the space. Still meeting the needs, but changing exactly all the work. I mean, if you go look at CES and CPS, the renovations that's been done in those buildings are not all the same. If you go into the annex, for example, at CES, you see a complete renovation. If you go into the main building part of CES, you'll see what's called, I would call, a light renovation area. If you go into CPS next summer, you'll see that whole inside's a complete major renovation. We've taken everything out of it and redone it. So it's just the level of work that we can do, and there's lots of ways for us to accomplish the goals. It's just we're not at that step yet on what we can and can't do at this point. The other thing in there is we've got a contingency. You will see from schematic design, from schematic drawings to construction drawings to the final permit, your contingency is going to go down significantly. For example, CPS, CES, and VES, our contingency was running about 15% when we started the process. When we actually got the GMP and started construction, our contingency was 2.5%, which is in line with where you'd expect at that time. But you need that room as you develop your cost, because if not, I may come to you and say it's $90 million when actually it's 110. You don't want me to do that. I'd rather be a little bit on the high side until we start getting with the regulators and we start meeting through the building permit process, things can change. I mean, that building out there, that garage, it's changed 3 times since we pulled the permits. And hopefully it doesn't change anymore. You know, it's changed during the construction process.
So could you go back to the slide about our joint session? We need to come to a consensus on that so that we can put that on the Board of Supervisors calendar as well as ours.
There it is, ma'am.
So I'd like to just go around the room and see whether one or the other or both would work for the majority of us.
October 4 is Monday night, and October 19 is Tuesday night.
Right,
And it's
that's our
actually
normal
board
work
meeting night.
session night. So,
So the 19th will work better for me, but if the majority is the 4th, I can make that happen.
okay, Dana?
I could actually do either. I think it would be more accommodating to do it on the 19th, just because that's when our regular meetings are.
Okay.
And if I may ask, will this be like just an additional meeting to our regular meeting, or will it be like a mixed meeting?
What do we have looking like on the 19th agenda? Is it pretty full?
Right now, we're okay. It is a work session, so if you wanted to set aside time after the joint meeting to finish the work of the school board. I just didn't know how the meeting, the joint part was gonna mix in with our regular
Right, we
business
could do,
meeting.
we could do both. The
Right,
possibility's
yeah.
there.
Right now, I don't think we have anything that's pressing that will be coming to you on that night.
I'm good
Yeah.
with the 19th then. That's
Okay.
perfect.
Sue?
Either one's fine.
Mark?
I think either one is fine, maybe a slight preference to the 19th, but,
A slight preference?
a slight
the
preference to the 19th,
Okay,
but
okay.
I think either would
Jamie?
work.
like the 19th idea.
Okay,
Either one,
Janet?
either one.
and I'm either one. So why don't we just go with the 19th? That seems like the
Tommy?
most popular.
Yeah,
You could
Yes.
update the Board of Supervisors? Okay, thank you, guys.
Great.
7 o'clock for our start time.
And we'll meet
dinner at 6:30?
here,
Do we want to eat at that meeting?
meet here.
Oh, true. We probably
Let's talk
shouldn't.
about that later.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
And
so
doing it here?
Yeah, that's
Okay?
fine.
Yeah.
October 19th at 7. Thanks, folks. All right, thank you, Tommy.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Tommy before we move on to the next item?
So in keeping with that same discussion, Tommy, so what you're saying, because in your first slide, you basically said you kind of went to these teams and this was kind of a wish list, right? Give me everything you guys want. Are you saying that what the schematic plan that you're showing us here kind of is this is what everybody wants kind of a thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And so that 110 number is expected, I guess, to be a ceiling number, or
I
is that
believe-
too much of a jump that I'm making there?
How do I say this?
Well, I mean, and
I
we have,
mean,
you know, construction
in
costs keep
in my
changing too, right?
experience, I would think that right now at 110 million, we're at a ceiling.
Okay.
Okay? I think that as we go through the final design, as we tweak things, as we continue to meet with both you as a board, the superintendent, the administration leadership team, the school leadership team, and all the people in the school, I think we'll find things that we can do some value engineering, accomplish the goals that everybody wants, but maybe in a different methodology than what we did. So I think what you're seeing at the 110 is a cap. Now, let me tell you, there is a downside. The downside is that if we wait a year just on this project, and the 110 is reasonable, at a 5% inflation rate, that would add almost $6 million to this project. And then every year thereafter, it's not just 6 million, it's a compounding effect that takes place. So, you know, if we're in the ballpark, if we're doing the things that you as a board expect us to do, then I would encourage at the Board of Supervisors meeting for a discussion to get the A&E fees funded by the county so that we continue with the construction drawings and get those done as quickly as we can, refine it, tweak it, continue to meet with all the parties that are there, and get to a number that we can come back to you and say, here's what the final cost, you know, the actual cost will be is X.
What goal date would you like for that?
Honestly, the sooner I mean, right now, if I could get it tomorrow, we would start, honestly, design work tomorrow, you know, our construction
Okay.
drawing tomorrow. So as soon as possible. I've shared the number with Angie Hill, so
Okay.
she's aware of what from my side,
Right.
not Dr. Meyer,
Right,
not
not-
the school
right.
board, but what I believe is the next step, and is that the county to fund that.
Okay.
And basically, we, you know, to do what we want to do, we need to be moving dirt next summer.
Oh, yes, sir, without doubt. Yes,
Yep.
sir, good point.
I mean, we've got to be moving dirt next summer, which means all that preliminary work needs to get done and start moving on that.
Okay.
So
And another, excuse me.
in the initial conversations, the 90 to 100,000 million, sorry, were the numbers that were being talked about.
Right.
Sure.
So this is not outside of the range, and if we're able to use 10 million of our American Rescue funds to help offset that, that would be huge. And it would also be savings in what could happen with future construction, because those funds would be saved and not have to be borrowed by the county.
Well, and also, if I may, when we did the Blacksburg and Auburn project, construction was at an all-time low, and it was a great time to build. That's not the case now. So even though that number sounds like, oh my gosh, that's so much more, it's apples and oranges. It's a complete different ballgame
Right.
because we're not in a, if I'm correct by
You're
saying
right.
that.
Yeah.
It was a major different occasion financially.
It's totally different
Yes,
today.
it
I mean,
is.
we were just notified today that the generators on the new schools, we've been delayed. So, you know, and it's because of chips for the generators. And that's something we see every day. We're getting different product that's being increased or delayed. So you're right, Ms. Bond. It's a totally different environment today
It
than
is.
what any of us have ever seen, I know in my career.
Any
Yeah,
other?
and for me, it's just, it's an issue of expectation.
Right.
When you threw out the 70, 80 million dollar number initially, I mean, I knew that would go up just based on time, right?
Right.
And then on top of that, as you pointed out, you know, construction costs have certainly
Through the
risen
roof.
quite a bit. So, you know, I'm trying to keep an eye on the big picture too, and just see, because we've got a bunch of other projects
Right.
that are also, that we also need to do, so I'm just trying to figure that part out too, so.
And I think that's the exact way to do it. That's how I'm
Yeah.
looking at it.
Okay.
And that's what I was saying, that 10 million would offset some of the debt that the
Sure.
county would have to come up with with future capital projects.
All right, anybody else? Okay. Our next item on the agenda is the CRSSA application. The CRSSA application is our submission to the federal government regarding how we will spend our CARES Act funding. We reviewed some of the information on July 15th. The funds have to be spent, as Mr. Krantz said before, by June 30th, 2024. 20% must be spent on learning loss. There are guidelines regarding how the money can be spent.
Excuse me,
Mr.
Madam
Whitaker
Chair.
and Mr. Krantz
Excuse
are
me.
here to provide.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
we have folks who are here that aren't wearing their masks. They need to put those on. And we are still in our meeting, so they need to lower their voices or take their discussions outside.
We've asked them to put them on.
Well, some of them have not put them on.
Thank you. Are we all good?
Yeah, we're good now. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Whitaker and Mr. Krantz are here to provide an update on the input process for MCPS.
Annie, you want me to take the first slide?
Is Annie here?
Yes, she's on the phone.
I'm here. Okay, hi Annie. Okay.
All right, well.
Hello.
Hey, Annie. So you can see the process, and Annie's done a tremendous job and her team in getting input, because under the American Rescue Plan, one big consideration there was get stakeholder input. Well, it was during the ESSER 1, 2, and 3 phases, it was more about just getting out there and getting things done. So you can see on this timeline that in May, the administration provided the school board with an overview of the allowable use of funds, the summer program, and the next steps for getting school level feedback. In June, the school leadership teams met to identify their needs in order to provide the recommendations to you. July, elementary and secondary principals created a streamlined list of requests, and you'll see some numbers on that in a second. And then in August, the principals reviewed their final staffing request, and we made the revisions to the plan. From a financial standpoint, and I'm only showing you the CARES Act funding that we have dollars left. So ESSER 2, we started with $6.047 million. We've expended $2.364 million, giving us an available balance there of $3.682. PPE, we're tentatively setting aside $974,000 for PPEs, which would still leave available funds there of $2.7 million. The American Rescue Plan, which is estimated, because the state still has not published their final numbers, is $13.581 million. We propose using $1,063,000 for 4 learning loss mental health positions, summer school for 3 years, which there's a requirement in the American Rescue Plan, which is the first time this was done in these programs, that 20% of the funds have to be used for learning loss, and the summer school program qualifies for that need. Chromebooks, this would be for 2 years to address your concerns, Mr. Shabak, about sustainability in units. This would be 2 grades for 2 years, so 4 total grades over the course of 2 years, and that meets the funding. And then the additional funding that the governor is going to be releasing, we would be receiving $1,954,000. Those funds are intended to be used for ventilation-related projects. Under that funding, we have to meet 100% match in order to get those funds.
Oh.
ESSER 2 and/or ESSER 3 funds can be used as the match. That is specifically stated in their FAQ. So you'll notice on here that under the American Rescue Plan, the expiration date is June of '24. Under the governor's funds, we can go out to December 31 of 2026. There is, as I've learned from many state legislators, and DOE has told us, do not anticipate that they will change our due date of June 30th, 24 to the 26th. That's not going to happen. The governor, though, through what the federal government did, laid it out in a longer period of time for the locality. So you can see the total available of all of those was $21.5 million. We've expended $8.6 million of those funds, leaving us at $12.385 million today. You've got here, we proposed ventilation at CHS of $10 million. School requested funding positions of $2.94 million. And if I add the 2.7 plus the 8.2 plus the 1.9, I come back to the $12.94 million. And that's what we, from a pure financial standpoint, and in order to maximize the programs at CHS and to put some dollars into the CHS project. Clearly, the American Rescue Plan funds for ventilation and the governor's funds would meet that. The only thing one major thing we would have to do is get state approval. The state has said their biggest concern is school districts being able to prove that we can spend the funds by the deadlines. And I think we can clearly do that, as Dr. Meyer said, if we can turn dirt this summer.
Yeah, you know, and one problem the other school divisions are having is we were already in the process of planning CHS. You know, we're several months ahead of the game. Well, most school divisions cannot start that process now and get to where they need to in order to spend that money. So since we already had a project that we're working on, it actually is timed out real well.
But they can also, just like us, let's say we didn't have CHS going, we could spend that on some of our other HVAC systems that are
Sure.
older, you know, like at KIPS.
HVAC systems and roofs.
Right.
And how KIPS, speaking of KIPS.
We're doing the roof
We're
at
doing the roof at
KIPS.
KIPS now, yeah.
Using a silicon-based project we're pretty excited about. We'll be doing that during the next couple of weeks.
Yep.
And it's
So
a product that we can install while school's in session and not impact the students.
So we're getting KIPS done.
Awesome.
Also, so.
What about their HVAC, just on a side note?
At this point, we're finalizing our facilities plan,
Okay.
so that we can come to the superintendent and to y'all as a school board. Our needs are greater than the dollars that are available.
Oh, I'm sure.
So, you know, y'all have to we'll give you our best guidance and recommendations,
Sure.
but it's some difficult choices will have to be made which directions to go.
Now,
Awesome.
Annie will explain more of this as we move through this presentation, but generally, if you look at this, we're looking at 14 positions, which is a total of basically $1 million a year.
Right.
Okay? So in 3 years, we would have to come up with that $1 million to keep those positions. So ideally, moving forward, you know, the thought of us in one fiscal year saying, okay, we have that $1 million extra, that's taking a big chance. What we would like to do over the next 3 years is to take a little at a time out of the budget. You know, of course, ideal if you split it out, be $400,000 a year to actually make up for it would actually be 1.2 million, okay, in total, because we already had the 4 learning loss positions up at the top. So, so we wouldn't have to get it all at 1 year. If we were able to get a little bit every year to put towards these positions, then at the end of the 3 years, we will actually have some additional money that we can put towards some of these projects as well, where we would have to spend it or lose it type of thing right at the end. So that's ideal, but of course, as you know, the budgets are unknown. You know, we do not know until the Board of Supervisors tells us how much we're going to be given. We'll be requesting that. So Annie, do you want to go to the next and sort of explain how we're getting to these 14 positions?
Absolutely, and I can't see, there we go, I can see that we're on the, okay, great. So the considerations, when we were looking through the requests from the schools and determining what to bring to the board today, we wanted to consider, you know, the pros and cons of different opportunities that were, you know, available through this funding. So we see the pros as a variety of things. First being, if we selected the use of those 14 positions, you'll see on the next slide how we would allocate them. But what it would do is give schools the ability to prioritize the hiring for positions that will have the biggest impact on their students. So principals would get to pick, you know, which position in their particular school they would like to have. We feel like those additional staff members would be able to help address learning loss for students. And at the same time, we feel like upgrading the HVAC at CHS will enhance the airflow and energy efficiency there and help to provide additional funding needed for the renovation. Utilizing the funding for the 14 positions and the HVAC would result in both the additional support for students and the new HVAC system for students and teachers at CHS. Dr. Meyer mentioned before, you know, funding and being able to maintain those positions. So with 14 positions, we do feel that we would be able to maintain those after the funding would be gone in 3 years by picking those positions up over time. While we did have a final request of 42.5 positions, it would be extremely difficult to be able to maintain those after the time that the funding was gone. One thing that we did see, we saw a couple of cons as well, is one might still be, even with a minimal number of positions, with those 14 positions, we could see that schools may not be able to get all of the additional positions hired for this year. We're in the middle of the year, and so it may be that some of the positions that they're seeking with the current shortage, we may not be able to find someone right now who could get released from a contract, but they may be able to find someone for next year. And so that, that would be one thing that we would be looking at, is whether or not we'd be able to hire for now or if we would wait for next year with those. You can go ahead and click on the next slide. So our proposed next steps would be, upon, the board telling us to move forward, be to allocate the funding for staffing on a per pupil basis. We felt that this was the most appropriate way, and that we would provide the funding for an equivalent of one certified position per 600 students. And so what we'd like to do is provide principals the opportunity to meet with their school leadership teams to identify how they would like to use the funding in their school. So I'm sure you can tell with, one position per 600 students, that may mean that every school might not get a full position. But what principals could do is work together to see if they wanted to hire the same position. For example, if two schools wanted to hire a school counselor, they could go together on that. And then there I have some examples for you in terms of how one school might break down a certified position. So we're saying here funding equivalent to one position. That could mean one full-time certified position, such as a school counselor, or that school may choose to hire two classified positions, such as instructional aides. Then we'd like to inform the board of the identified positions which the schools have selected, so that we can let you know that at the September 17th meeting, and then begin the hiring process for those positions.
17th of Friday.
Are you there? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
we're
trying.
here.
It's not moving.
Okay, great.
Is the next meeting the 17th?
No, it's the 21st.
Huh?
No, the 21st.
That's the last slide,
No. Is that it? No, the question was, the next meeting is not the 17th.
No, it's the 21st.
It's 21st. So it should, the
Oh,
21st is when we'd bring it back.
I
Apologize for that, yeah. So,
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing if that was a question for me.
It's okay, Annie. There was a discrepancy on the slide. It says September 17th for the board meeting. It's actually the 21st.
I apologize.
No problem. We fixed it. Well, we figured it out, that is.
and according to Brenda, that is the last slide, correct?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right.
Does anybody have any questions?
So this is a summary of all of our funding sources for COVID money, essentially, is it not, Tommy?
Yes, sir.
So if we spend, if we spend the 10 million on the ventilation for CHS and the 2.9 for the requested school positions, I guess where's the cushion for any future COVID-related things that may come up? And I know you're probably overstating the PPE. Maybe it sounded like you're putting a little extra money there. But I guess my concern right now is just that this, we keep willing this thing to be over, and it keeps
Right.
rearing its ugly head, and in ways that we don't expect. And I keep thinking of new ways that, hey, it'd be nice if we had a few $100,000 to do this, or $1 million to do that. And so, my hesitation on any of these plans, well, I have two hesitations. I had a hesitation that I've brought up many times with the board about spending what I call now 3-time money or 2-time money, for something that we may need long term. But I had a good talk with Dr. Meyer about that. I feel pretty good about the 2.9 million is essentially less than $1 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel okay about that, and I do think that we need a lot of those positions to help the schools and to have, and to basically play catch up on the things that, that we need to with COVID. I do think the schools, and we talked about this, so that the schools should certainly prioritize the positions that will help them catch kids up, and that if that money is not there in 3 years and those positions go away, that, it's not catastrophic for those schools. But I am still a little bit hung up on not leaving ourselves any additional money, I mean, we're pretty early in the school year, and to basically have all the money spoken for, makes me nervous, I guess.
Well, you know, one thing you need to know about this too is, of course, the positions, once we hire them, they're in. Some we will probably not hire until next year because the folks are just not available. So that is a big savings for this year, okay? That will actually end up with some extra funds. Things such as Chromebooks, I know Doug don't want me to say this, but the Chromebooks have never been in the budget, and we're like, okay, this is a great time to know we've got what we need. Every year the first priority usually for in-year money has been to buy Chromebooks. So we anticipate having that year-end money again. And so we could, you know, what we would plan on doing is periodically coming back to the board and giving you all right, this is what's really happening. Here's how much we've really spent on this. Right now, some of this is just a guess. We anticipate we will have funds left over from these as we move forward. You know, there's so many variables that could change the current scenario. So, you know, we pretty much we have to send something in to the government. Right. This is part of what we have to send in as to what we're going to do. Oh, I see. Yeah,
and we can update that. We can send an amendment, and it's a very simple process to send an amendment. So if we need to do that, it's not a challenge.
When would we actually spend the 10 million for the ventilation? Is that American Rescue money?
It's a combination of the governor's 1.9 and then the difference is ARP fund.
So that just needs to be spent by June of 2024?
Correct.
Okay. So that also gives, let me ask you this, does that give us some leeway? In other words, we're going to set aside 10 million, but let's say we have another need for $1 or $2 million down the road this year that we need.
You could.
Can we come back and say, okay, never mind, we're going to do 8 million on the ventilation and we're going to do 2 million on this other thing?
You could do that, or as Dr. Meyer says, you end up, all those numbers there are going to change a little bit.
Okay.
That you could reshuffle the deck, as I call it.
Okay.
And I think still meet all of the objectives you're trying to, but give you as a board and Dr. Meyer as a superintendent the flexibility that if this thing, whatever direction it may go, that you have dollars available that you could redirect into another direction with no problem.
Okay.
I don't think you'd have any problems doing that.
So you're saying there are other resources other than pulling out funds from that 10 million?
You've got funds that are on there, for example, the Chromebooks, you know, if you're using just like that's 2 years, so that's 700,000 for years. So that's going to be FY23 and FY24. If things change this year, or you saw that, you know, the Chromebooks are lasting a little bit longer, you could free up dollars in that. You see what I'm saying there? Summer school, you know, that was an estimate that we did. It's a pretty solid estimate, but as we reconciled to what our actual costs were this summer, I'd venture to say we're on the high side. I'd rather be high on my expenses and lower on my revenue. Those will free up some dollars. As Dr. Meyer said, the school requested positions. There's $980,000 there per year for 3 years. If you save half of it this year and only hire 7, which would probably be a fairly reasonable guess, that's $500,000 that is free just this year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. For me, it's more of an issue of flexibility. I understand the need to budget, and I'm not trying to take anything away from one line item versus another. I just want to make sure that we've got room in this
I think
to react to things that come up.
I believe you clearly have that ability. If I didn't think that, I'd be telling that to Dr. Meyer and to you that, you know, it's too tight. But I clearly think you have the flexibility to meet. We can do the ventilation at CHS. We can get that project up and running and still have the dollars to meet whatever whatever needs we may have related to this COVID event.
You know, this should definitely be a part of, you know, we'll do a regular budget process, but we need to continue to update the board on where we are and how much we're spending and how many we're hiring and that kind of thing as we're moving forward the next 3 years. No doubt about that.
Gunan, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Anybody else? All right, do we want to take a quick 5-minute break before we move into our COVID update?
No.
Or not? Okay, we'll keep going then. Just one to offer. All right, so our next item on the agenda is the COVID response update. Tonight's COVID response update includes several items. First, Mr. Garrettson will provide an update on the division's COVID response. Dr. Wickham and Mr. Polly will provide an update on our plan for instructional disruptions. Dr. Bissell is also present to provide an update from the health department. And Mr. Garrettson, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Meyer, of course, guest here with us this evening. We did meet back in August prior to the beginning of school, and we did say at that time we would come back with an update at this time. Just a couple slides that we have to share with you this evening. The first slide just speaks to kind of our current situation. I felt like this would be a good reminder for the MCPS team, and also it speaks to some questions that we've answered for parents and others throughout the beginning of the school year. So thus far at this point, we've got last week's numbers reported there of positive cases, 55 reported cases between August 30th and September 2nd. That took us up to just over 150 as of past Friday. Again, a reminder that cases are reported on our division website. We do not do currently the direct phone calls or emails that some had become accustomed to last year, but that information is available daily on the division website. The board did vote into place universal masking expectations. We can tell you that masking exemptions do require documentation. We worked with our legal team to put together a form that's available on the website, and I will tell you thus far those exemptions have been very rare. A very small number. Our classrooms are arranged to maximize distancing with 3 feet or more as the goal per CDC guidance. Our lunches are arranged to always provide 3 feet of distancing when the mask comes off to eat, a time of concern for lots of people. Again, those outdoor lunch options are available. We did have a couple questions come up, and we felt like we addressed it but wanted to clarify it again here tonight. Not using any of those plastic dividers in the student setting. The CDC they do not include those in any of their guidance anymore, so we have not had those in place between student seating assignments. Masks are not required outdoors. You did have the speaker earlier who mentioned the PE classes. We've encouraged as much outdoor activity as we can because it does provide an opportunity for those masks to come off during the school day. Masks are required on school buses. Again, that's still a federal requirement that, if I understand correctly, has even been extended already up until January. And of course, we have regular collaboration with the health department or the health district. And I would even go ahead and say more than regular, daily. I speak to Dr. Bissell or her lead epidemiologist, Jason Deese, every day. And that includes weekends, holidays, late at night. They have been super responsive, and I don't ever want to miss an opportunity to say thanks to that team. They've been of extreme value, I will say, to me personally throughout the pandemic, and I think to the division as a whole. Our next slide, in terms of some updates, just want to talk a little bit about some things that are in the works, some things that we continue to work toward. The Virginia Department of Education has shared with all school districts across the state that we need to work to put together some attendance and instructional guidelines for both our staff and students due to those anticipated individual or even group quarantines or positive tests. I think as has been mentioned at the meeting tonight, we'd love to step away from this and just have it go away, but we're obviously still very involved with the COVID pandemic. The state has recognized, the Department of Education has recognized that schools are going to have those quarantines, and schools are going to have absenteeism for both students and staff due to positive cases. So we have been directed to coordinate those plans to help continue instruction so that children continue to learn even though they may be at home in a quarantine, though probably not very ill or not ill at all, to continue to offer that educational piece and also to help protect the attendance rate. School divisions would really stand to suffer greatly if we were having to count all of those absences as just unexcused absences. So the state has given that guideline. We've been working diligently on it. Mr. Pauly and I believe Dr. Wickham is going to share that plan a little bit later, so I won't go into any detail beyond that. The division has requested at-home kits from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. That's a little bit of a different group that we have worked very closely with all along, but you've probably heard more about VDOE and VDH. Virginia Department of Emergency Management has shared that they have these at-home kits available in some quantity, and that school divisions could request those kits. We have made that request already, put it forward. Our intention for those at-home kits are to be made available for either staff or student who really need a test kind of in an emergency or in a very specific situation where maybe they're having a hard time with an appointment, maybe don't have the funds to get an appointment, or it's just really a high need. We need that answer quickly to know if someone is positive or not. So we've made that request to VDM to have those available. Don't have them yet, but the expectation is that we'll have those to make available as needed. We continue to coordinate our guidelines for students who have only minor symptoms, and I think that was mentioned in public address tonight as well, and that's really tough, right? Because we're always going to always have had those students who have the scratchy throat or the runny nose or that little bit of a cough, and I think all of us at one time or another have kind of spoken to, well, those are my allergies, or well, it's because I was around the campfire, or well, I was screaming at a football game. So those have been really difficult to set up an arrangement to where those guidelines make sense as to when are we sending home students unnecessarily or sending a student to a doctor unnecessarily versus really being careful to protect the rest of the population at the school. So we've been working very closely with the health department and also some local doctor's offices. We've had a number of doctor's offices who have called us and said, kind of what's your thought, what's your expectation? Because we've had some situations there as well where we either would maybe let a student back or we either would exclude a student for longer, but their doctor's note says otherwise. So we've had to work through that quite a bit. We did resume our New River Valley Public Health Task Force weekly meetings. I think we started those back on the 8th or 9th of August. I'm a part of that team. Ms. Drake continues to serve on the public information communication side of that team. We're also represented on weekly New River Valley Regional Commission's public health liaison meetings. Mr. Knott and I participate in those weekly meetings where we meet with other school divisions, now all the way down into far southwest Virginia, working with the team to share good ideas, collaborate, get the latest information. We are in the process of scheduling our in-school flu clinics for October, as we typically do. We will also have the COVID vaccine available for students during those dates if a parent would wish to have their child receive the vaccine at that time in school at no cost through the collaboration with the health department. And then lastly on this slide, we do have a meeting coming up later this week with the Virginia Department of Education, Virginia Department of Health, to discuss screening testing options. This program was introduced right at the very end of the last school year, talked about a little bit through the summer, and you know, at this point we've submitted our interest in the program, and we'll get more information regarding that program on September 9th. I think at that point, those are the updates I would have to share. I believe Mr. Pauly has the next portion.
Thank you, Jason. I realize those are a lot of words on the screen. They are there for your reference. That's Senate Bill 1303, and then a communication that we received from Dr. Lane through his superintendent's memos that he provides. In short, both of those documents speak to the need for us to anticipate the possibility of quarantines and closures. And they ask us to consider those in the smallest groups possible, to consider those as individual student quarantines, individual teacher quarantines, perhaps an entire classroom quarantine, and if necessary, to close or temporarily close an entire school. Really, something that's not in the plan is the notion of closing the entire school division. We are trying to make this as small as possible and to only last as long as necessary, with the goal being to get everybody back as quickly and as safely as possible to resume in-person instruction, which I think we all have learned that is the most effective. It is important to point out that this plan does not include any hybrid teaching. That is a commitment that we've made to the teachers in the school division, that we would not have them do hybrid teaching again this year. That proved to be extraordinarily difficult. We did give them Wednesdays off to do the extraordinary amount of planning that was required for that. We don't have that this year. So we will not be offering any type of hybrid instruction. So you'll see in the plan, and I don't know if you want to have the plan up on the screen or should they just look at it. They can click where it says school staff information on the secondary plan.
Yeah, if you would hit it, just so we definitely don't want to go over all of it.
No, I'm not planning on going over all of it, but
Okay.
you'll see that it's broken down into the first row, or the first two rows is individual students quarantined. That really, as you read it, that is not unlike what we do already when students are out sick for a short period of time or an extended period of time. We provide them with assignments. If they're sick, too sick to come to school, but well enough to do their work, we can give them their work to work on while they're at home. But if they're too sick to do work while they're at home quarantined, then we'll make arrangements as we would normally. We would give them makeup work when they return and establish some reasonable due dates for that work. The teachers would work with them. If you scroll up, Morgan, I'm sorry, down. Thanks. The next group of things for us to consider are individual classroom closures. When Dr. Wickham comes up and speaks to this issue for elementary, it's a good bit different, because I want to remind you all, in secondary, if we close one teacher's classroom and quarantine all the kids from, say, my first period class, and you quarantine me as well, my second period class and my third period class and my fourth period class, they're still coming. So we're going to have to get a substitute for there to be a body in the room to provide supervision. And all of those students are still going to all of their other classes. So if I'm the teacher and I'm at home and I'm well enough, I'm just home out of abundance of caution or quarantined because of an exposure, then I'm going to provide the assignments. It's going to be provided asynchronously, and the substitute will actually have to implement those lesson plans. But I'll be at the ready in case there are questions. I'll be at home and I'll be available on Google Meet if there are questions, or if I want to provide just a little bit of instruction either through a recording or by sharing some slides or some written directions. If I'm too sick, then we would seek a qualified sub in that area to provide those lessons. And if we can't find a qualified sub in that area, we would ask the department head or a member of that department to help out with making those lesson plans. And then, of course, last but not least, would be if we have to close an entire school building, we would want to do that temporarily. And in that situation, we would like to provide synchronous remote instruction and keep the kids on schedule, according to the master schedule and on the bell schedule. But we don't want kids, again, we've learned that you don't want children to be online too long. So we're saying about half of the scheduled class time would be synchronous, which means they're in front of a teacher live, and the other half would be asynchronous, where the teacher's available for questions and interaction, but not providing live interactive instruction. That does not have to be, by the way, 50 at the front end and 50 at the back end. That could be throughout the period, roughly 50% of the time synchronous and roughly 50% asynchronous. And then the caveat at the bottom just refers to our, which I know you've heard of before, our inclement weather plan, where for up to 10 days this year, if we use a code B, we can provide asynchronous assignments and do a check-in procedure similar to what we did last year on Wednesdays. And we can count those as instructional days and not have to take them off or add them to the end of the year. Maybe we should have Dr. Wickham present, oh, there she is, she sneaked up on me. Have her present about elementary, and then see if you have any questions overall.
All right, the same, Morgan, if you would click on the elementary staffing plan. As you can see, they look very similar, so for our parents at home, same looking format. The only thing that's really different here, as Mr. Pauly said, individual students quarantined, same thing. Children will be allowed to make up their work and be counted present for doing so. And if they're too sick when they return and bring their notes, still we can count the children present and they'll make up their work. If a teacher is quarantined and the teacher is sick and our students are still coming to school, then we would have a sub working with that class just as we would now. But if a teacher is quarantined and she's not sick and we would have to have a sub in that classroom, then that teacher, he or she, then could remote in and do some co-teaching with that sub that was in the classroom, and then that way that teacher wouldn't have to take any sick days. She's quarantined, he or she's sick, and can work from home with that sub. If there is a classroom that's quarantined, then the teacher would provide assignments to the students. In the typical format, we would ask that Google Classroom be used. Of course, at the beginning of the school year, it takes a good month to teach kindergartners and first graders about Google Classroom. Because of last year, many of our students are already prepared. But if that classroom does close, the teacher then would provide assignments through Google Classroom and then other formats as well as needed for that age level. So potentially having hard copies available for children. And then, as Mr. Pauly said, in case of that full school closure, then the expectation would be synchronous instruction. Children would follow their normal schedule. Their specialty teachers would provide synchronous instruction. And again, there would be those natural opportunities for screen breaks. Also, I think we failed to mention, too, that for our children who have IEPs, our classroom teachers would continue to work with their special education colleagues to ensure that students' accommodations were met. Any questions about the elementary or the secondary plans?
So, Mr. Pauly, you said you don't have a plan, so to speak, if the whole district would have to go down, but wouldn't that just be adapted from a building to the whole district?
Yes, ma'am. For temporary full school closure, that could be all of our schools simultaneously. It certainly could be. Could be one of them, could be half of them, could be all of them. Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm sorry, were you finished?
Go ahead for now.
So I guess one of my concerns first of all, I'm glad that we're doing this. You know, this has kind of been a concern of mine, and it's something that I hoped we wouldn't get to, but obviously, you know, we're in a very different place right now than we were a month ago, where we were expecting these types of quarantines and things to maybe just be a one-off here and there that, you know, I think the plan originally was, well, that the teachers will just catch those students up, and obviously we're kind of beyond that situation now. You know, before I was asking about the idea of, you know, recording classes and things like that, and I understand, I've talked to a lot of teachers, I understand the problems that we had with, that they had anyway, and that I guess we all had with hybrid. My concern about the asynchronous right now is that in order to do asynchronous instruction, I would think that takes additional time for the teacher to prepare and to give that instruction. Do they have the time? Do they have, you know, I mean, we keep talking about what teachers have been through this past year and the burdens that we've placed on them, and we kind of made it to this year through the summer thinking like, all right, we're going to kind of get back to some level of normal. And here we are again, kind of with a whole new model, you know, with the asynchronous. And again, I'm not against it. I think it's good that we're coming up with plans for this, but yeah, I don't have the answers either. But I guess, and I'm not sure exactly what my question is, but I do want to know, you know, has this been run by, you know, were teachers involved in putting any of this together? Have we talked to teachers, or, you know, do we know how realistic it is to be able to effectively, you know, pull this off right now?
So this was something that we needed to pull together quickly, obviously, but within the next couple of weeks, both Mr. Pauly and I will be meeting with our advisory committees to talk about these. In terms of asynchronous instruction for our students, of course, the first spring that when we had to shut down, that's what we did for our elementary students. and it certainly isn't ideal. But we also learned last year that trying to teach our younger students virtually wasn't ideal either. And we felt like in the short term, for a week or two, that would be more realistic than trying to get parents and grandparents set with the technology to move quickly to synchronous mode. So in terms of little children, asynchronous for the short term certainly would make more sense. But then if, like we said, if we had a full school closure, then obviously we would need to move to synchronous. So we feel like we certainly have some experience with it, but obviously none of it's ideal.
To answer your question, Mr. Chewbacca, I just would have to answer as a former teacher myself. The heaviest lift for a teacher is going to be when you have a number of students who are individually quarantined, because then I'm having to lesson plan for my classes that are in person, and then during my planning time, where I'm supposed to be planning those lessons, now I also have to prepare for these, 1, 2, half a dozen kids who are individually quarantined. That's not terribly unlike what all teachers have had to do for when students are absent. It's actually something I was not very fond of. When students were absent, I had to spend an inordinate amount of time with them when they came back after school, during lunch, during my planning period, whatever little time I could beg, borrow, and steal to meet with them.
Yeah.
So it's been a part of teaching for as long as I can remember, that you have to do something for students who have been absent. And we're not really expecting them to do anything too detailed and outstanding. They just would take their current lesson plans and many teachers these days use slides for their lessons, and to provide those slides to students with some suggested things to read, maybe some YouTube videos or a brief recording of themselves explaining something, and then telling students when they're available for questions. So in some sense, that makes it a little easier than waiting for students to come back and having to spend time with them, beg, borrow, and steal different times to meet with them.
I do think it is part of what you have to do as a teacher, but no one has had to do it to the degree that teachers have had to do it over the last year and a half. So I don't think you can compare it to your days of teaching, which probably didn't even involve technology. No offense.
No offense taken. I used the whiteboard. Was like really great when I got a whiteboard.
I was all excited when a smartboard ended up in my room, and I got rid of the overhead projector. But so it's a different animal right now. In addition, in my visits to schools over the last few weeks, what I'm seeing also is that we are really limited in subs within several of the schools, and Danny has been very kind to provide information. Thank you, Danny, for that. But I mean, it's a fact that it's hard to get subs right now, and so teachers are also being stressed to fill in as subs during their planning period. So I'm not sure how, asking teachers to do all of this, plus we're filling it, that it's one of the things when I went to visit the schools, I just said, if there's anything I could do for you, anything I could give you or help you with, what would it be? Every single one said, give me more time.
Absolutely.
I need more time. I'm tired, we're exhausted. Even principals, my staff's exhausted. They're tired, and we're only 2 weeks into the school year, and they're already burning out. And I realize that it's a fact of life, and I know. I understand all that, and so it's a tough situation, but I really worry about our teachers, and it's hard to even hire people now because it's not an easy job. So I think I don't know what the answer is, how to provide them with more time or how to ease some of the pain. But I wish we could think about that. And I realize you had to put this together quickly, but I'm going to guess that probably very few teachers were involved in the development of these plans. And I think this is another example of where those are the people we should be really looking to help put together these kinds of plans.
Well, let me say this. I think that the plan that we developed was based on guidance from the Department of Education, and we have basically put into place the minimum that they're telling us that we can do. And so I think that needs to be understood, that this is not just our plan, and something we came up with. We looked at the DOE, and we ended up with the minimum. In fact, I'm not so sure they're real excited about us doing asynchronous learning. They've actually mentioned that in some of their webinars to us. But we understand that the hybrid approach is difficult. And so we're definitely not doing that. But the minimum we have to do is asynchronous to create, something for the students. And it will look like Dr. Wickham said earlier, when we got out March 13th, 2 years ago to the end of the school, that's what it will look like. Teachers putting assignments online and kids completing them. And so, that's the minimum that I think we can do and still get away with calling it instruction and being able to count it as instructional days. Now, we have done some things. Let me remind everyone of what we've done to give teachers additional planning time, especially at the elementary and at the middle schools. Last year, we added back the planning period for teachers, now having 2 planning periods at the middle school for the first time in 13 years, okay? So now they get 2 planning. At the elementary school, we added recess aids. So now they get the recess time when we can, of course, find aids and they show up, all right? So that's an obstacle too, and we understand that.
Unfortunately, at the middle schools, though, because I visited 2 middle schools, they're not getting 2 plannings because what's happening is they're having to sub instead of getting the extra planning. So they're not getting. And I realize that we've done that. I know that, but it's not anything they've been able to take advantage of.
Well, most have. I mean, we looked at one school, and out of 65 teachers, 9 teachers on the worst day had to provide coverage in a classroom. This was a couple weeks ago when we had a difficult time at one of our middle schools. And so we know this is happening, but most teachers are getting their 2 planning periods. Just to remind folks that we're one of the few school divisions that actually do this, we're not required to give 2 planning periods. In fact, the way it's written, one could be a duty period for teachers. That could be required anyway. We don't do that here. But also we are giving pay to our teachers to actually do that. No other school division does that. And so, at the end of the day, I know it's unfortunate, and I know teaching is hard. But at the end of the day, we have to cover the classes and supervise students. But I know, and I will validate that it is tough being a teacher. And I know that. And it's tough having to give up even one of your 2 planning periods. But, we're in a situation that is the case. Now, a lot of folks want to take it back to COVID and quarantines and that kind of thing. That's really not the case. For the most part, we're not short of subs because of COVID directly or cases in our schools where staff members are being quarantined. There is a shortage of workers, not only here but across America, finding folks to work.
Everywhere.
And so, and we're doing our best to recruit and get folks in and sign them up to sub, and because we know it's an issue, and we're going to work hard to get more substitutes. But
and I appreciate that, and I know that's all that's being done, Dr. Meyer. I totally understand that. But I sat here last meeting, and all I heard is how we're doing fine. We got enough subs. We got enough people. Everything's good. Everything's great. And now all of a sudden, we're not. And so I guess I just would like us to be really honest about where we are. I'm glad to hear that we are being straightforward. We don't have enough subs. We don't have enough people to cover the classrooms. And that's where we are right now. We are not it's not all rainbows and butterflies. There's some really difficult times out there, and people are very stressed out, and it's a very difficult situation. And I worry about the mental health of not only our students, but also of our staff, because they're being put under tremendous amounts of stress right now.
Sure they are, and I understand that.
And I think for me, I have thought about it a little bit, and I've even asked some teachers, what do you think? I mean, I'm kind of with you, Sue, that I don't know that I have the answers. And so, I mean, I commend you guys for what we're doing. I don't mean any of this to be a criticism of that, but I do want us to think about, we, especially as a board, to think ahead to the things that we can do to make the life easier on the teachers. And I think, I think the overarching thing, of course,
Sign
anybody's.
up to sub.
What's that?
Sign up to sub.
Sign up
to
to sub.
substitute.
We
Good
can't.
stuff.
Not in this division.
I'm sorry.
I've already got a
actually,
job that demands 45 hours of me, so, and then
Yeah.
this one, so.
Right.
But I think first thing is that, I think in any job, being appreciated goes a long way, right? So for me, that's kind of the overarching thing. One thing that you guys brought up last time, and I agreed with you after you made the case for it, you convinced me that, about flexibility. Some teachers may prefer to do things one way and versus another, but I think, as much flexibility as we can give them, I don't know if, I had some correspondence with a teacher this week. I mean, people, write to us, all the teachers reach out to us all the time, and I always take that opportunity to write back and ask them questions about the things that we're dealing with. But, one teacher was, commented on how some of this asynchronous stuff can take time, and was lamenting that they couldn't record themselves anymore. But I thought we had said last time that that's an option if they want to do it. And so I think that, the next step is, beyond the flexibility, is, maybe there still needs to be some level of support and training, even if it's just a reminder email that, hey, here are the things that are available to you if you need help from IT, to be able to record yourself, audio, video, whatever you want to do, you can do it. You don't have to do it, but this is just an option. And then, the time thing, I don't have an answer for that. The third thing I was going to say was offloading. We are asking a lot of our teachers. I had some interaction with, masking has been brought up a bunch by parents and teachers and stuff. And as far as the enforcement of that goes, I know that some teachers anyway are having a hard time having to do that, and it affects relationships with the kids, especially in between classes and the hallways and things like that. And I know that that's something probably that teachers have done for years, but like Sue was saying, that it's a different year and we keep adding, it's just one little more demand. And so this is where I gotta go back to that CARES Act money, and I say, maybe we need to hire some, if we can, maybe we can hire some people to help out with those tasks, in between
Saying
classes and things like
The
that.
problem
Maybe
is we can't hire anybody. We're having trouble hiring
Well,
anybody.
I realize that, but I realize that, but I still think that when you try to hire, maybe you don't hire all your positions, but maybe you can hire some people to help offload those things. So that's the type of thing I'm thinking about. And then at the end of the day, if you can't give the teachers their, some of that time back when things are tough, maybe we use, I don't know if we can do this, but maybe we do use some of that CARES Act money like we did last year to give some kind of bonuses or things like that. I know in some cases we are giving more money for some of the substitution, sub work and whatnot, but I think it's something I would seriously give some thought to. I don't think it would take a whole lot, but I think it would be a good, encouragement and to really show appreciation for extra time that it might take, so.
Something we can look at. The way we've looked at how we pay teachers when they do use their planning time is based on a per period basis that we would normally pay a sub. And something that we can discuss and see how it can possibly be arranged and how much it would cost is actually looking at paying teachers more than that fraction of because like $15 is what they
It's
get
like
paid.
we're paying the minimum wage to cover a class.
Well, they're getting paid $15.
Right,
to
but
cover
and
a
a class is about almost an hour long.
Okay, so anyway, so something we could explore is actually, possibly raising compensation using the CARES Act that will make it, at least a little more bearable to think I'm using this time to, give up my time.
Correct.
And so that's something that Tommy and I can talk about and sort of evaluate and seeing how many teachers are having to cover, how many periods, right now, and maybe we can up it from $15 to more money during that time using the CARES Act. And so we'll look at that, and I'll get back with you on that.
Okay.
I think that's something that we could possibly do.
Well, and maybe this might be a conversation that needs to go to the Department of Education, because requiring a 2-year degree for a substitute is where some of the problem lies.
We don't anymore.
Yeah.
You don't
We dropped
anymore.
out.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then, I don't understand why you're having,
It's
okay.
there's nobody to
They
work
don't
out there.
require any college to be a sub?
I don't think
Yeah,
they do.
you have to have a 2-year degree.
You have to have a
60
2-year degree.
2 years.
We dropped.
60
We
hours.
have a 60 hours. I'm sorry.
60 hours.
60
hours.
Okay.
Now here's the deal. That's our rule.
Yeah.
But
That's
I-
not the Department of
okay.
Education rule.
then I'm sure that's not something that's completely understood yet, because I know lots of people that'll say, well, yeah, I don't have that 2-year degree, or I don't have this. And lots of people that, I mean, a 2-year degree and I'm just making this out, so don't anybody throw anything at me. 2-year degree in cake making, I mean, and they're a substitute. There's
Right.
lots of people that I think would be a great founded substitute teacher that does not have a completed 2-year degree. So
Right.
we're hurting ourselves by doing that a little bit, I think. That's just an opinion of mine.
Maybe my initial reaction was a former school division. We actually had the same issue and we dropped it.
Yeah.
You had to have a high school diploma to be a substitute teacher.
Roanoke County
During the
does the
day.
same thing.
Roanoke County does that, high school degree.
Well, let
So-
me, Danny,
so-
we used to use get a lot of subs from Virginia Tech. Do we not get those any longer? Because I would think that that's, a great place. So you get juniors and seniors and,
We still get some, but the numbers have dropped.
and they're all vaccinated.
Well, I've
Supposed
got,
We still get some, but we don't get a lot. And what we are finding right now is a lot of times their schedules aren't lining up
absolutely.
where they can sub. We've got we're looking at our subs right now, and we've asked our subs who haven't yet taken a day, accepted a job
you
this
should.
year. We've asked them why, and many of them are tech students, and the response is, my schedule doesn't work out this year right now where I can sub. I plan to sub in the spring, different schedule. So that's part of the problem. And I think there's many more opportunities right now. I went to Gobbler Fest Saturday to check it out because that's an area where Dominic and I are going to recruit next year at Gobbler Fest.
Yeah.
And I went to check it out, see what other organizations were there. And there are so many more opportunities for kids, for college students right now to work. And a lot of those jobs are on campus and they fit into their schedule a whole lot better.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I've got a senior at Tech, and I can't imagine her taking a whole day to substitute with her schedule, her homework, her classes. There's no way. So I don't see how they could even consider doing that. But
Ms. Cass, I'm afraid I was misunderstood with something, and I just wanted to set the record straight. I'm not trying to compare my teaching experience from the past to the past year and a half. That is incomparable. But what I was
think either of us could do that,
okay,
Carl.
but what I was saying was that when you have absent students and you have to work with them to make up work, that's been a reality
Oh, yeah, that's
for
always
teaching
been a
forever.
real pain as a
And-
teacher,
And
yeah.
that's the heaviest lift for secondary is I'm just keeping on with my in-person students. But I've got a few kids who are out that now I have to plan for asynchronous instruction. If it gets to the point where it's a lot of students, we're probably looking at an entire classroom closure, and then I'm quarantined as well, and then that's all I'm planning for is asynchronous instruction. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't get misunderstood.
And one of the things that we're looking at in terms of funding is to hire additional IAs if we can find them. To get to Mr. Tabaka's point, we do want IAs, particularly at the elementary level, to be able to help not only with instruction, but also those clerical duties. So if I'm not in the classroom helping with a small group, I might be able to make copies, I can grade papers. And just a shout out to our teachers. And of course, I see elementary ones. And they're so fantastic at routines and procedures. All right, I've got these 3 kiddos out, these 3 over here. Every time I pass something out, give an assignment, put it in the folder and get it ready to send home. Teachers really are amazing. And no matter how terrible this situation is in a pandemic, I just can't say it enough, everything that they do and the ideas that they come up with, they're doing a great job despite all the challenges.
Barbara, are we getting, are parents still volunteering to come into schools to help? Are we allowing parents into the schools?
Yes, we are allowing volunteers. Of course, we expect them to follow all the mitigation strategies, but yes, we are allowing volunteers. And Tech students and Radford students, yes, as many people as we can get in to help, certainly we've allowed that, again, as long as they're following the mitigation strategies.
Okay. Yeah, I know at the elementary level, that's really helpful, so.
Penny,
Okay,
you had a
so-
question?
Yeah, I've got several.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just to follow up with the sub situation, so we ended up having to shut down secondary last year so that we could make sure we had subs to cover the elementary. Because, so where are we at as far as how we're getting subs into the elementary schools?
We're only having issues really in one elementary school on a more regular basis, and that's Eastern Montgomery Elementary School. And that is a school that has historically had issues with substitutes. The majority of our other elementary schools are not seeing issues with that. For example, today we were at 100% fill rate for 10 of our schools. We had the other schools, we had varying rates where we had 2 out of 3, 4 out of 6. The worst one was a 4 out of 9. Again, that was at a middle school that has historically had a high absence rate with teachers in the last several years, and has had not a very good sub-fill rate either in the last few years. But overall, from our elementary schools, it has not been a huge issue this year. It's really been more at the secondary level at the one school.
Danny, can you talk about the full-time subs?
Yes, we have added full-time subs again. We're in the process of adding full-time subs, meaning we have a sub assigned to a school. They go there almost every day. They can work 130 days as a substitute, and so we're using them. And we've actually, in locations where they weren't needed, pulled them and sent them to other schools where we did need them. But we're struggling to even fill those this year. We were able to fill them pretty quick last year. We filled another school today. I think we've got 3 left to find, and just haven't had, just about everybody who has applied has been hired for one of those positions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So now let's get back to what's going on as far as what's happening in the classrooms with cases of quarantine, positive cases. And a big one for me is how we are reporting, because I've been saying all along we are not doing enough. So one thing that concerns me is to have a parent say, who's also a physician, say that her child was sitting next to a child who was tested positive, but then was still allowed to come back to school and was symptomatic. How could that be?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me ask this question. Are we finished with the instructional piece? Are there any slides after this, Jason? Was that it? All right. So I guess moving towards y'all are good.
I must have misunderstood. I thought she said that they had symptoms.
Yes.
Not tested positive, but symptoms.
Even if they had symptoms?
Right, I understand,
And
but I
I
didn't.
understand
don't
that,
think
yeah,
I heard
there
the
could be
tested
allergies or
positive
this or that
part.
or whatever, but in the situation that we're in right now,
I
the
agree.
safe thing would be is that we have people tested.
I agree.
So,
I just
which
want to make
takes us
sure
to the
that I didn't
number-
hear correctly.
To the number of self or in-home tests that we would be getting, because you said there's a number, but I haven't heard a number, what that number is.
Yes, ma'am. VDM did not release to me the number they had in supply, and they could not tell me the number they had in supply. So the request I made was 200. And my question was, in speaking with VDM, is that fair or reasonable based upon a school division with approximately 10,000 students?
No.
The answer I got was, we're not sure. We're not even sure how many we've got. So right now the request is made for 200. We may get 200. We may get the option to ask for more later, or we may not get even the 200. But the number we requested initially was 200.
Of course, we're meeting on Thursday, and we'll be able to get information back to you as to how many tests that will involve.
Correct. That's
too.
separate from VDM.
That's
Yes, sir.
separate from this. Yeah, and we don't have the details of that yet.
These kits are intended to be essentially for emergency use. We need a test quickly. We have a family who's having a hard time getting a test, securing a test. This would be the test we would make available to them. It's separate from the screening model that we meet on Thursday.
Would we want
Okay.
Dr. Bissell to go ahead and do her?
No, because I've still got more questions.
Well, I was just wondering if her presentation would help you with those questions.
I don't know, that's why I'm still gonna be asking questions.
Okay.
So when we're talking about, one of the things we have to remember is that we are not in the same situation we were in last year. Last year, we had half the students in who were in person, half a day, and then the other half of the day. So the space that's being taken up in the building is double, and it's for 5 days a week. So when we're saying that we're still able to keep 3 feet between students, especially at lunch times, that's just hard for me to believe, that is something that we can do. Because being in classrooms last year when we just had half a class, and we had a higher number of students who were opting in person, it was a challenge then. And now that we have the whole class and the whole building, on my visits to Christiansburg Middle School, it was overwhelming, the number of students who were in the building in the situation that we're in. Because at lunchtime, they were doing a great job. The students were sitting forward to a table. They were wearing their masks when they needed to wear their masks. There were situations where we have children who the masks don't fit, and we need to, talk about how we make sure those things are corrected by little things like twisting the earpieces, to make them, pull them closer to their faces. But for folks to think that teachers aren't stressed out and administrators aren't stressed out with all the children in the building and trying to keep up with everything you need to keep up with, plus do your math correctly, actually looking for symptoms that children may be having, is just overwhelming for me to think about them doing that. It's also the reporting. It is not sufficient. We're at the highest level that we have ever been, and you don't know if it's in your classroom, you don't know if it's a child, if it's a teacher, if it's administrator or staff, and that's just wrong. People need to know what's going on. And as has been stated, when we don't give them information, then it goes out in 20 different directions. And then we're looked at as, why aren't you doing this about this? And that wasn't even a situation, because we haven't given information. You have half a class out on quarantine, and I mentioned this last year when we had a situation at Fallen Branch, and all the cafeteria folks were out, and nobody knew what was going on. But the assumption was that everybody was positive, and that was not the case. But we're not giving information so that folks know what actually is happening. And this whole thing about, well, if you drill down too far, people can identify. People know, because community talks and social media is just crazy with how much information is out there, whether it be right or wrong. So I believe we as a board need to reevaluate how we're sending information out to this community, because what we're doing right now is just wrong.
Let me say, I agree with you that, yeah, social media sometimes does leak who it is. But us as an organization, we can't be the ones who actually leak who it is.
And I didn't say we should.
Well,
I'm just saying we need to give all the information that we can.
And
we're
I
not,
think,
and we haven't been.
okay, I'm not sure. I mean, what else, that we can actually do without identifying kids?
We can say how many quarantines there are.
And there's a problem with
We
that.
can say how many cases there are.
Right, well, we say cases. We don't say quarantines, and we
can
talked
say
about
if
that
it
this
is
week.
a student or staff.
And we talked about the quarantines this week, and there's some difficulties in quarantines. Jason?
Yeah, quarantines can be very difficult because, firstly, and Dr. Bissell may speak to this following me, I don't believe the health department maintains or reports lists of quarantines either. But we just for today, 2 good examples today. We had a parent reach out and say, They have had an experience in their family where they lost someone near and dear due to COVID, and the student involved just is really having a hard time being in school. So that parent essentially said to the principal, we're going to take her out for 10 or 14 days, and she still wants to do her work, she still wants to be involved, she's just having a hard time handling this. That's not a quarantine from a health department or from a doctor. That is a parent's decision. We also have had a family who had several positive cases in their family, and went ahead and said, let's take out all of the students who are in our family, and the health department has really recommended 10 days, but we would really feel better if it were 14. So they said, we want to go ahead and take 14 rather than 10. Another example that happens very commonly is perhaps a sibling is going to test, and they're waiting on that test result, a PCR, so it's several days. The other sibling, the rest of the children in the house, will basically quarantine awaiting that test result. So you've got a 2 or 3 little day, quick little quarantine. So all of those numbers, at some point, it's hard to generate a great deal of use from them. They do become rather large numbers as people deal with their situations, their individual situations, and they really can stand to just raise the anxiety of everyone, because many of them never result in positive cases anyway. That would be my concern with quarantine, and I certainly can let a medical expert talk about it following me. The other piece in regards to staff versus student, we certainly could share that at this point if that's the will of the board. We did share it last year. I would have been concerned about it early on when we were getting those first few cases, because it does lend itself to being identifiable. But now we certainly have enough cases that it's not going to be identifiable information at that point. We certainly can share that. Although I also kind of wonder how useful that's going to be to parents when we realize that most of our youngest students, well, all of our youngest students, are not eligible for a vaccine, whereas all of our adults are eligible if they're at least interested. So those numbers are probably immediately going to be skewed because of the availability of the vaccine. But certainly we're here to do the will of the board, and those are examples that I can provide for your consideration.
Okay, so the 3 examples that you gave, I believe all of those, except for where there was a death and the child was not handling it well. I don't know if the child wasn't handling because it was COVID that caused the death, or they didn't feel comfortable with being in the building because of the risk. That might be a different situation, but the rest of them are quarantines. Whether it is 3 days, whether it's 14 days, it's a quarantine. And those things need to be reported. Whether it results in whether there was a positive test that came out of it or not, it's still a quarantine. And it needs to be reported, or people naturally tend to lean toward the worst, that if we've got 50 people on quarantine, that means 30 of them are probably positive. And that is not the case in most cases, right? As you just said. But we have got to give more information about what's going on in the buildings, especially with the level of positive cases that we have. And I'm still not sure why they're not being considered outbreaks.
What is the downside to telling parents what's going on in their classroom? I guess it was Mr. Hudson said when he came up, we can tell parents when somebody has lice, we can tell parents when somebody's got chicken pox, but we can't tell parents if there's someone who has, in the classroom, who has tested positive or quarantining. I guess I don't understand. What we heard this evening from the few parents who spoke is the word transparency, and I have heard that so many times over the last week. I want transparency, I'm not getting communication, I don't know what's going on in my child's classroom. Some parents are keeping children home because they don't know, they're afraid. And I'm not sure what we're afraid of. Are we afraid that we're going to look bad because we have a number of people quarantining?
No.
This is a.
We're not afraid of anything.
Then if
We're not.
okay, I'm okay.
So I'll answer your question if you want.
Well, let me finish.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
then you can. I don't think it's that, but what would be the downside to giving more information and letting people know? And I think part of what's happened too is, like, last year you had all the phone calls, and I know how much you love doing that, and you're really dying to get to do that again. But I think that people, as much as they found it annoying, they actually now sit back and say, I kind of appreciated that, because I felt like at least somebody was communicating with me. And now it's just, go look at the dashboard. Well, the dashboard's not the easiest thing to figure out. I've gotten a little confused on it myself. Okay, somebody's stealing my car. And I think that people are just looking for information, and I don't think you can over-communicate in a situation like this. I don't think over-communication is a bad thing when people are concerned about their child's lives.
You know, and I think we can over-communicate, and I think we have. What happened is we can look at the data when we send out calls. We sent out a very important call, I believe last week before, and we can tell how many actually answered the phone calls. Folks have stopped answering our calls when we actually make calls now on things that we really need them to know about. They're just ignoring our calls. And we've gotten to that point, and I think that's the point where we're over-communicating. And we're not here to hide anything, nothing at all. In fact, today is a great example of that is sort of a comparison to the lice situation, okay? We had a class.
Right.
All right.
And I'm glad that we
did that. Exactly. So we had
That's
a
the
class
first time we've done that.
we had. Well, it's because the first time it's happened.
I know, but I mean, it's the
Right.
first time we've been really, but it's the first time we've been really straightforward and
It's the
honest.
first.
and
It's the first time it's
communicated
happened.
clearly.
Right. So it's the first time it's happened. We haven't had an outbreak in an individual class until today. Okay. And so we've taken care of it basically like we would take care of a lice situation. It's the exact same situation. We've contacted every parent in that class with personal phone calls, letting them know the situation, what we're going to do, how we're going to handle it. In fact, we've done it 2 days in a row. So, and then we've contacted the school. Of course, when we do the contact for the school, we don't identify the individual classroom that this is happening in, all right, which we think is important in terms of privacy. But our health department did a great job in coming over and helping, test kids in that class today, and we straightened it out. And now that classroom is going to be quarantined until next Wednesday, and they'll be receiving asynchronous instruction until next Wednesday. So today is the first example we've been able to actually get to show that we are going to do this, that we're going to be transparent. We're going to let parents know if there's an individual classroom that needs to be addressed, then we're going to address it. And we're not going to hide anything.
Well, what I've heard from parents from that school and that classroom is that they've been asking for information about this for days, and that these cases were reported, and now it's come out, all of a sudden it's all starting to come out. But I don't think we were transparent quick enough. I'm glad we're doing what we're doing, and I'm glad that we're trying very hard to be transparent now, but I think that we have not been. And I even heard this gentleman this evening say the same thing. I've heard from several parents in that class that this has been brewing for over a week. It's been brewing for a week, and now we're finally closing down the classroom.
Well, we contacted based on the number of cases that we knew at the time, and it was not an abnormal rate at the time that we did, in terms of we contacted and made contact, added into the data dashboard like any other classroom when we had that 1 or 2 case situation. Which is the case everywhere. So it's just simply not true. We reacted, and I'm sorry people feel this way, but we reacted based on the information we had on positive cases. As those cases escalated, then we escalated our communication, obviously. But we're still not in a situation. If we were to go, if we went to early last week, I think how many positives did we have early last week in that class, for instance? 1, 2?
I mean, are we gonna talk about this?
I mean, I'm just saying, just in general.
Very small number.
Yeah, very small number, which is the case sporadically throughout the division, too.
What's a
So it's
very
the
small
same-
number?
One or two.
It's like 1 or 2 at most, I think.
Is
okay?
it 1 or 2?
I mean,
Or
I
3
I
or
I
4?
think this is part of the communication that we're trying to avoid.
Right. So there is.
I'm happy to share with the board in
There are
closed
very
session.
few. There were not enough for us to do any more than what
I'm
we've
sure
actually
this
said.
parent wants to know, how
And
many
so-
people in that classroom were positive? Don't say just a few, how many?
I think they're saying we can't
Yeah, we
say
can't
that when
do
it's
See,
identifiable.
and that's where the
what-
frustration lies. That's where the frustration lies.
Yeah.
Because if there are 1 or 2 positive cases in my child's classroom, I want to know about it.
Yeah.
I
But
want
it's
to know
on
about
the,
it.
on the dashboard, those are weekly.
You know, it doesn't tell you what classroom
Weekly.
it's in.
And that's part of the issue. A week after you find out that there's a positive case, then it appears someplace. That information needs to be shared when
Yep.
we find out about it.
So
that
one case- so if
that
a ca-
I, as a parent, can
Okay.
make a decision what I want to do with my child.
So at what point do you want us to notify parents if there's a positive case in their classroom?
When we find out that it's a
Right.
positive case.
But the problem with that is we're identifying that individual
That's right.
student.
Yeah.
It's a privacy issue.
That's the privacy issue that we're dealing with.
And I'm, understand that, and I've heard that since last year, and I still disagree with it.
Well, it's, I mean,
Because it is
Right.
gonna be out there anyway. And 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be out there almost before we even know
Right.
that there's a positive case.
but if it's out there, it's not our liability.
Exactly.
Well, okay.
It's not,
Right.
and
It is
I
not
just
our
don't
liability.
believe- I just don't believe
To
it is that
disclose
big
information
of
about
a
a specific
risk.
child. And Brad's here
us
tonight.
putting
Well,
it
speaking
out
of privacy, Dr. Meyer,
that there's
today,
one case.
students were being tested in front of other students. Parents' kids came home and said, yeah, oh, Johnny was getting a COVID test.
Okay.
Why
and-
are, so how is that not an invasion of
Well,
privacy?
so for
If you're
one,
seeing
you got that
children getting
information-
tested?
You got the information from an email. You need to give us time to look into that, okay? And we'll figure that out, all right? And get
Well,
back to
nobody
you later.
responded to my email, so I'm sorry.
Well, we don't know yet. You sent it this afternoon late. You need to give us some time to look into it, okay? And we'll
So-
look
Well,
into
you
that
can at least
allegation.
acknowledge that I sent it and say that's important.
Okay, it's important. We'll look into it.
So when it comes to the issue of reporting, I do wonder if we've I mean, I have agreed and continue to agree that there is such a thing as over communicating, and even I got last year pretty quickly to the point where, you know, I kind of tuned out those emails, and I guess some people get them as phone calls. Yeah, I know.
Jason.
I've already apologized
heard him.
profusely to Jason. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna happen. But I think maybe, I think if I'm correct, what I'm hearing from Penny is the same thing I'm hearing from a lot of parents. You know, first of all, there's parents out there that still don't know that we're not doing that this year. And I also think that there is some information in the middle that we can do. You know, we don't have to send daily updates, but maybe there's a threshold where if there's this many cases this week at your school, maybe we do send, you know, maybe you do get notified. In a case like that, I would expect that you would only get notified, maybe, you know, you get notified, it'd be once a week, maybe for 1 or 2 weeks at the
Sure.
most.
And I
you
think that's
know?
reasonable, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
what I was
So
thinking.
I do think that we should revisit that.
Mhm.
I don't, you know, I see Dr. Bissell back there too, and I was gonna offer the chair a chance. I mean, I'd like to hear from Dr. Bissell and get her updates and, yeah, and I'd like to get back to this conversation and a bunch of other things related to health too, but, I don't, you know, I appreciate her time being here and I don't wanna
Yeah.
take more than we need
And
to.
I don't want you to think that what I'm saying is that we can't do more, because we can do more.
Mhm.
But we do have some limits as to what we can do. You
Well,
know, I like your idea of maybe at a certain amount of cases in a week, we do notify a certain school. It's something we could do too. We could start again separating out staff and students. That's easy to do. But there's a certain point where we'd have to be very, very careful in regards to how we do the notifications.
And I appreciate also, and I think most parents would appreciate the idea that, you know, the word fear has been talked about a lot, and the idea that, you don't necessarily want to pull your kid electively when there really isn't much more of a risk there. And that's where this kind of gets a little bit dicey. And I get both sides of it. I think from, from the health side, and from an epidemiological side, there are certain situations where, yeah, it makes sense to take those steps. And there may be other situations where maybe it's not. But I agree with Penny, though, that I think, if anything, I do think we should err on the side of giving people the information. I like the idea of giving them the information with some context. And that's something else that we can bring up and talk about, which we haven't also been doing very much of, at least not on our COVID page, because, I go back and look at the COVID page today, and the last time it was updated was August 4th. It was over a month ago, right? So, parents are looking for that reassurance, and I think some of that reassurance is there, or maybe we're just not giving it to them. So, I don't know.
Do we want to hear Dr. Bissell at this point? Maybe she can
Absolutely.
tie some of this together?
Yes, let's hear Dr. Bissell,
Agree.
please.
Were we gonna hear from Brad as well? Was he gonna come up and tell us what the legal, no, okay.
It's up to you guys if
He's
you
already
need him.
told us that.
Mhm.
I just don't agree with it.
Thank you, Dr. Bissell.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, so I do have a bunch of slides. I'll get to a lot of the things you all just discussed. I was asked to kind of give an overview, give some perspective, and so that's what I'm going to try and do really quickly. All right, what button, Jason? There we go. Okay. Okay, so these are our local epidemiology curves that are done by my epidemiologist, Jason. Every week we do these and I present them. They're also on our NRV Road to Wellness website. As expected, you can see we are seeing the Delta surge. Last week, or the week of the 24th of August, I will tell you that that is artificially up because we got a data dump from one urgent care. We got about 2.5 weeks worth of data. So normally we try to report by date of onset of symptoms, which is the proper way to do it, or date of positive test. This was a data dump, so a lot of those cases that take it up towards 500, and this is the entire district, okay? This is not Montgomery County. This is the entire district. Some of those cases should be on the 17th and the 10th, and you'd see the curve rise up more than kind of plateau and then go up. So this is Montgomery County, same thing. That 220, that's a data dump. A lot of those that are flat before it should actually be a little bit higher, so you'd see a stair step up. The one on the far right is definitely going to fill in. We saw our surge last week. We really did hit our peak. We expect that those cases will fill in. And just going through, Radford City, Floyd County, same thing. That week of the 24th, you see that we got a data dump, and it kind of artificially makes the cases look higher. There's Giles, here's Pulaski. This is our school-age children. This is district-wide. You can see it does that stair step up as we expected with Delta at the peak of about 80 the week of the 27th, and obviously those numbers are going to go up on that. They're going to fill in on that far right. So 80 cases, that's out of 20,000 public school students. So that comes out to a rate of 0.4%. Most of our schools have been in school for about 3 or 4 weeks now. That's not actually a really high number. People tend to look at these numbers, but 0.4% is not a really high number in our schools. This is our community versus college versus school-age kids. As you can see, the yellow is our community, by and large still the predominant source of our cases. Our college students, very, very small. This time last year, our college was much, much higher, but most of our college kids are vaccinated. And you can see our school-age children down the bottom in the blue-gray. This is the curve for Virginia. You'll see, and I will say that on the far right, if you notice, there are these valleys, and that's weekend reporting. Weekend reporting tends to lag a little bit, so you'll see those valleys. You'll see that the 3 days lagged over the Labor Day weekend. We do expect to see numbers go back up, but we really do expect that we've hit our peak and that we are either going to plateau a little bit or start coming back down.
This is Montgomery County, and the reason I put this in here is there are people who follow this data, and I get emails and calls every single day. How in the world did you have negative 40 or negative 30 cases? So people have to understand that the reporting of cases is, what happened on those cases is they got reported by zip code. Well, zip codes cross county lines, and so they got assigned to Montgomery County, and then someone going back and cleaning up the data realized, oh, that's not a Montgomery County address, that's a Floyd County address, or that's a Pulaski County address. So Montgomery County lost all of those cases, and all of our other districts gained those cases. And so I got a panicked call from Radford City Council, oh my gosh, we have an outbreak, 47 cases in one day, and that's not what it is. So you have to be really careful when you look at these day to day. And this is, again, those negative cases should have actually been put on the curve the date that they actually became a case. They're historical cases. These are cases that are no longer even active. I bring these up because I do want to show you this is the Delta variant pattern. If you look on the left, India is where the Delta variant started. You'll see that it spiked up and it came down, and you'll see that the deaths were in parallel. And the reason is because India hadn't seen any cases and they hadn't started vaccinating. On the other side, you see the United Kingdom. They had started vaccinating, and they had already had the Alpha variant, the B117, that started in the United Kingdom. So their cases went up, but their deaths did not go up. If you notice, they started coming down really nicely, and then they've sort of plateaued. If you put that on the date line, the calendar, that's about when they basically decided that this is now endemic, it's not pandemic, and all restrictions went away. They're not masking, they're not doing anything. So there's no layered mitigation. People are back to normal social activity, and with the Delta variant, you're gonna see the spread. I bring up Australia and New Zealand as an example that lockdowns don't work. They just kind of kick the can down the road. Australia, you can see they had lockdowns, so they didn't have cases, and then over on the right is their Delta surge. Same thing with New Zealand, over there on the right. And they're going for a zero COVID, and that's not realistic. It's certainly not realistic for us. It's not even realistic for two islands that are, much smaller and obviously have closed borders. These are the countries in Europe that have seen their Delta curve. You can see Spain. They've had their Delta curve go up and come down. And the characteristic pattern is it goes up over, on average, about a 6-week period, give or take a couple of weeks, and then it comes back down. And that's just the epidemiology. That's just what happens with a highly transmissible virus. Here's France. Here's Germany. They're kind of hitting their peak right now. Again, the people that have vaccinated and the people that have had previous surges, when you have infection, you have immunity conferred. Natural infection does confer immunity. Here's Sweden. The reason I put that in there is everyone talked about Sweden early on. They pretty much adopted an open policy. I don't know if y'all followed that, but they really didn't do a lot of restrictions. They went through the concept of herd immunity, and they acknowledged that what they got wrong was they didn't protect their most vulnerable, their older folks. And so, in that policy, they did have a pretty high incidence of death. But because they had so much infection, they really haven't seen anything with the Delta surge. And they are vaccinating as well. So this is the United States curve. Over on the right, you can see we are pretty much as a country, at a plateau right now. We've kind of hit that peak up there, and we do expect it. If you measure it out, it's about a 6-week period, and it's going to start going back down. This is Florida. Everyone talked, Florida has had really, really bad issues, right? They're coming down. You go to Louisiana, same thing. You go to Mississippi, and these are all the ones in the news. The cases are coming down. You go to Georgia, they're right there. North Carolina, they had a data lag because you can see on 1 or 2 days there, they had no cases reported, but they're kind of coming back up there. South Carolina, Tennessee, right to our south. And we get a lot of, we have a lot of border crossings with Tennessee, and I actually now cover all of Southwest Virginia, so I'm following what's happening in Tennessee very closely. This is your MCPS dashboard. It counts cumulative cases. So those numbers are only going to go up. And my slide doesn't divide it. You do have a color division where you have prior positive test and current positive test. But we got lots of panic calls about Christiansburg Middle School. So a lot of those cases were actually historical cases where people didn't even start school on time because it was a teacher or a student who'd already been positive and they hadn't even come into school, yet they were reported on this dashboard. So if you look at our actual number of active cases in Christiansburg Middle School, we get 1 or 2 a day, and that's out of 800 plus students and staff, which is a very, very small percentage. And again, we are going to have cases in our schools. We're going to have cases in our schools. So that's not a huge percentage. And if we were having an outbreak, we would see more than just 1 or 2 cases a day. We would see a lot more cases a day with an outbreak. We talk about testing. This is just from a Mayo Clinic study on masking, and I know we worry about 3 feet, 6 feet. I'll tell you, there's actually no science to 3 feet or 6 feet. And in public health, traditionally, we use 1 arm's length, which is 3 feet. So going the 6 feet was a change, and there was no science behind that. But Mayo Clinic did do a study with masking, and if you look at the very bottom, where both your source and your target are masked, there really is no difference in transmission 1 foot, 3 foot, or 6 foot with both people wearing a mask. It's less than 0.5%. So let me just go back and address a couple of things. Quarantine. So we are, in general, during this pandemic, people have been way over-selected for quarantine. And the reason we don't put those numbers out there is they don't tell you anything, and they don't, how do they make someone feel safer? Because I'll tell you, the whole purpose of quarantine is really that you feel that someone is at a high enough risk of becoming positive that you really think they need to separate. Well, when you're quarantining an entire class, an entire bus, whatever, and you have 1 positive out of that, that is way over-selecting for quarantine. We all know COVID's around. We all know that we have a risk of getting COVID in everything we do. And I'm a parent too. I have a kid who's playing sports. I have a kid who's doing other things. I'm out doing other things. There's a risk everywhere we go, and we have to accept that. I got a lot of questions about the Virginia Tech football game, right? That is a calculated risk, people have to make. If you're higher risk, you choose not to go. So when we look at quarantining people, our kids are doing other activities, and they're not quarantining people from all these other activities either. So from a public health standpoint, when we look at what we do with communicable diseases, we don't report out quarantines because in general, it doesn't contribute to making anything safer for anybody, which is what our ultimate goal is from public health. What we are seeing is by far 95+% transmission is in the household or in social activities. It is not in the schools. And this is where the questions come in, about transparency, about data, putting out those numbers. When we find a case, and I can tell you, I now cover 21 localities. So I can tell you, I have a lot of data on positive cases in our elementary schools, in our middle schools, in our high schools. And the transmission in the classroom is really rare compared to where there's transmission elsewhere. So if I have a positive case in that classroom, it is really premature to not let my staff do the investigation and do the contact tracing and start bloating out there that, your school has positive cases, your classroom has positive cases or whatever, when it's not going to make any difference. It really isn't, because and I absolutely agree with the symptomatic challenge. And Jason, you guys have the most challenging job right now by far, and we do. We are talking to Jason regularly. We are talking to all of our schools regularly. And you will have physicians who will say, this child doesn't need to stay out of school. They can come back to school. And then you'll have physicians saying, you really ought to keep this child out of school. And it is really challenging. And absolutely, testing someone who's symptomatic makes a lot of sense. And I know, you're looking at getting the testing through VDEM. You're looking at doing the testing through VISTA. We have testing through the health department. And that's, we have testing options through the health department. We have PCR testing that we get back the next day, which is pretty good. There are lots of testing options out there. People can buy over-the-counter tests. People can go to Walgreens. People can go to CVS. Pediatricians' offices are doing it. We're doing it. So there are testing options out there. And we want to make testing accessible, absolutely. anybody who's symptomatic, because if anybody read the story about the Los Angeles teacher, right, who was unvaccinated and transmitted in the classroom, she thought she had typical allergies. And that's one of the hardest things right now, is these symptoms are all over the place. I mean, they can be stomach symptoms, they can be headaches, they can be fatigued, you know, so really anybody who's not feeling up to speed, if they're not feeling normal and they have symptoms, it's easy to go ahead and get a test. And we can't stress enough, and I'll tell you, a lot of the tracing that we're doing is exactly that. People came, and not just schools, but tracing in other places, is people came in because they thought it was just allergies, or they didn't think much of it, and then we find out that yes, they're COVID positive. I will say, you know, testing, it would be wonderful if we had a perfect test. It would be wonderful if every time I did that test, I knew that a positive test was an absolute positive case, and every time I did that test, a negative test was a negative case. Nothing is perfect, and that's what this talks about, and that's one of the things that we're trying to work with all of our school systems on the testing program. The initial presentation was for just widespread, broad screening testing. You can't look at a test efficacy without looking at your disease prevalence. So if you're doing broad screening testing and you aren't considering what your disease prevalence is, you could literally have a positive test that the validity of that test is like flipping a coin. And when you're making decisions and you're implementing policy based on that data, you have to use your disease prevalence. You have to be, you know, relatively sure that that test is a valid positive test, or on the flip side, a valid negative test. And so you calculate it with, we know the sensitivity, we know the specificity of the tests, we know our disease prevalence because we have a pretty wide base of testing available for people to do surveillance. They can get tested, like I said, through doctor's offices, pharmacies, health department. We do mobile outreach. There's lots of ways to get tested. So you have to look at your test efficacy before you start implementing a lot of widespread screening. You know, I do understand that it's really concerning. You all talked about outbreaks. I do want to address outbreaks. The VDH criteria of an outbreak, and this is the minimum criteria, it's not an absolute, is 2 or more cases from different households with shared or common exposure and no more likely source of infection, i.e. household or community activity. The occurrence should be unusual and clearly above what is expected. Again, that goes back to our zero COVID. We're not going to see zero COVID. We are going to see cases in the schools. The other thing is to factor on ongoing transmission versus whether the school and public health intervention have limited the public health risk. If the public health risk has been limited, then that doesn't necessarily need to be classified as an outbreak. The Council for State and Territorial Epidemiologists recognizes, you know, that public reporting should be balanced between privacy, and you're absolutely right, Dr. Meyer. If you have one case in a classroom, and you report that, you have automatically given information about that child. And I can't do that. I am bound by HIPAA, and you're absolutely right. People on social media will get it out there. And in fact, you know, I'll have people send me an email with names and dates and information and stuff. And if they send it to me, that's fine. But then if I need to send that email to my staff, I need to encrypt it and make it secure. I can't just forward that email to my staff. So we are bound by a level of privacy and confidentiality that social media certainly isn't. And we really do have to consider that. You know, and CSTE, the Council for State and Territorial Epidemiologists, they specifically say that public reporting of outbreaks of significant size or risk to the public should be prioritized, not necessarily 1 or 2. You know, you have to look at the priority there. I will say again, you know, when we look at this, if you have multiple students that have contact in school, that's not necessarily where they got it. And kids tend to hang together both in school and out school. If they're on sports teams, if they're on clubs, you know, if they go to the same school, if they live in the same neighborhood, they tend to hang together. And so if the most likely source that those multiple kids got infected was a social activity or an outside activity, and we all know that all during this pandemic, kids didn't stop socializing. They did birthday parties, they did social events. If the most likely source of all of those kids turning positive was something outside of school, it is not a school outbreak. Just because multiple kids from one class or one team or one event, if the most likely source is outside of school, it's not a school outbreak. So that's the definitions. You know, again, when we talk about thresholds for going remote, we all talk about all of the negative consequences of not being in person. And, you know, we don't have to go through the food insecurity, the domestic violence, the anxiety, the depression, the increased suicide rates, the STIs, the lost learning, the loss from school. Several of my districts have kids have fallen off the radar and they can't even get them back in. They can't even get them back in. So the negative consequences of remote, and then I go back and I say last year when we had in-person hybrid and we had remote, we had just as many cases in kids who were remote as we did in person. And that's because the remote kids were still doing other activities. So again, you know, there is no zero COVID, and we have to have a very balanced approach here. We have to have a very reasonable approach here. Yes, this is serious, but we aren't going to get to zero COVID. And, you know, I read an article recently which couldn't be more true. We have such a polarized society, and we are all about the absolutes on the extremes. It's either black or white, when everything really is that gray in the middle. And it's been really challenging, as you all know, as we know, being in the public eye, because that person who is totally fearful of this thinks that everything needs to be locked down and you can't do anything, and why are these people doing this? And anybody who doesn't feel the way I do is wrong. And then you have that person, and we still do have a lot of people who still feel this is a political hoax. You know, why are you all doing all these things? And we all know that there is a balance there, and that's what that layered mitigation is. So when we talk about layered mitigation, you know, the masking, I showed you that study, the masking really does work. On buses, there's a study from a private school that having 2 to a seat, not skipping rows, with everyone masked and the windows down, and every time I drive and I see those Montgomery County buses, I look to make sure those windows are down. Every time I look to see those windows down. And they had no transmission. They had positive cases, but they had no transmission. So that's the science when we talk about following the science. The ventilation works. In your classrooms, you've all upped the ventilation as best you can. You've improved the air exchanges. You've done the HEPA filters. So you're doing the best you can. I know that the masking compliance is challenging, and I know that the teachers, I fully get that they don't want to sit there and be the police for the mask. I don't want to be the vaccine police. I get that. But it really makes a difference if they wear a mask properly when they're inside. And one of the most challenging things has been that we lost sight of what was really important. And I'll say this was the CDC too. Masking outside. There is incredibly rare transmission outside, right? We should have really focused in on what we knew mattered, and that's the masking inside. You know, the surface contamination and your deep cleaning and your Ghostbuster suits. We knew a long time ago that that wasn't necessary, that we were not getting surface transmission, but it took months and months and months to acknowledge that. You know, so when you've got such a divided group of people, if you're trying to get that buy-in, if you really make it matter, the stuff that we know really matters, that's where it really counts. That's what's going to make the difference. Vaccines, right? We are still trying to get everybody 12 and up vaccinated. And, you know, Mr. Jabaka, I know, talks a lot about how can we get more people to get vaccinated. It's been a huge challenge, again, because, you know, we have the people who were first in line and wanted to be vaccinated right away, and then we've got the people who, no way, no how, you're not going to stick that stuff in me. And the best we can do is meet people where they are. I need their trust. I need them to cooperate with me. I can't be judgmental. They, you know, in public health, that's the way it is. They don't always take my advice. They don't always follow our guidance, but we need to meet them where they are. And so the best we can do is we try and educate. We try and, you know, dispel any myths that are out there. And we get some people, and some people we don't. we are prepared and we continue to offer vaccination. As Mr. Garrettson said, we're coming into the schools. I'm very hopeful it's going to be right around there that they start approving it for 5 to 11 years old, or authorizing it. It's not going to be approved, but authorized for 5 to 11-year-olds. And, you know, the day that it is, we will offer it to those 5 to 11-year-olds along with the flu vaccine. And we're working with our pediatricians' offices. We're working with our FQHC. We're working with our pharmacies to make sure that we distribute vaccine every week to all of our community partners to make sure that that vaccine is out there. But that's part of that layered mitigation strategy. And the vaccines have turned this into a preventable communicable disease, not unlike a lot of other communicable diseases that we deal with all the time. And that's really where we're heading with COVID, and that's where we need to be. We need to accept that we aren't going to get to zero COVID anywhere, and certainly not in our schools.
Thank you, Dr. Bissell. Does anyone have any questions for her?
Dr. Bissell, what are your thoughts on mandatory vaccination for staff?
So I think in a congregate setting like a school, that vaccine mandates are a part of a strategy to use. I endorsed vaccine mandates for our college kids, and got a lot of people who hated me for that, and I got a lot of nasty grams. But the fact of the matter is, you have a higher risk congregate setting where you could see things, outbreaks happen. We know the vaccines are safe. We know they're effective. I mean, these are the most scrutinized drugs that we have ever seen, as far as hundreds of millions of doses have been given. So I do support in those situations that you need to have a mandate for the vaccine. We know that our younger children who can't yet be vaccinated, the cases in those children are the ones that the adults around them are not vaccinated. So I think it's important to protect everyone, and we kind of gotten away with our rights come some societal responsibilities, and I understand that people, it's a different type of vaccine. I also understand that social media has just done a terrible disservice with spreading so much misinformation, and it's been challenging. But I do support it to make our schools safer.
I have a question then to springboard off of that. At what point do you see either the state or localities, I guess, add this vaccination to their list of all the other immunizations that we do? I mean,
For
we've been reluctant to do it so far, of course, because we were under emergency use. And now I feel like we're kind of in a, I don't want to say a weird spot, but we're in a unique situation where there's really only one of, potentially 3 or more immunizations that have been FDA approved. So,
Do you mean for children?
What's
Do you
that?
mean for children?
Yeah, for students.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously we've done it at the university setting, but they're older, so.
Right, so they're adults. For students, it actually would require the General Assembly to pass legislation making it mandatory. Just like they did last year, they added hepatitis A and meningitis. So it would require General Assembly order. For staff, as an employer, you have more latitude. You're right, the Pfizer vaccine has been fully approved by the FDA. The Moderna has approved or has applied for full authorization. That's expected to come within the next month or 6 weeks. I don't know, Johnson & Johnson has said that they're going to finish their data within the next month or 2 and then apply for full authorization. But we do expect Moderna within the next month or 6 weeks. And then we do expect authorization for the 5 to 11-year-olds right around the October-November timeframe. So I think it's important. I know we're in a surge right now, but the epi curves show us that looking forward, we're going to start seeing our cases come down. We may have again, people asked about the football game. I don't think the football game is going to give us a significant impact. We really don't. The students were vaccinated. We were there offering vaccines. Most people who were going in said that they were vaccinated already. Were they lying to us? People lie to us in public health all the time. And we are relying on people to be honest and to do the right thing. And if they're sick, stay home. Not all of them will, we know that. but those are all mitigation strategies. It was outdoors. I know that they're all yelling and screaming, but last year, some of our football games, college football games, were pretty packed stadiums, and we didn't see huge outbreaks from that, and that was even prior to vaccine. So outdoors makes a big difference. It really does.
I don't want to hog the time if other people have questions, but I got a couple more questions. So I think for me, one of the things that we deal with, and Penny had brought this stuff up, and I think I understand some of what you're saying is scientific. It comes from kind of a 3,000 foot level public health policy type of view, and I can see that and I can agree with it. At the same time, what we do, at the school board, sometimes we're often dealing just with individual kids or small groups of kids, and the extent that we bend over backwards for essentially the least of these is pretty incredible, and I'm proud of that. And so sometimes those two things don't necessarily totally line up, and sometimes that will get we may want to take a path that may be a little bit more cautious, even if we don't, absolutely have to from a high-level public health point of view, right? Because if it's your kid that gets, I know it's extremely low chance, but if it's your kid that gets, COVID, ends up in the hospital or something like that, that's when we're going to hear about it, and then of course we don't want to do that. But with that in mind, I mean, can we talk a little bit about the notification and the tracing? Because I keep hearing, I hear things from our staff about how things are happening, and then of course I hear things from the public, as you can imagine. Is that something you can talk to a little bit about? I mean, people have talked about there being a potential delay from the time that you have, a supposed outbreak or 1 or 2 or 3 cases in a classroom versus finding out, or that, I've heard things that the health department's, understaffed and they can't get the stuff. And so could you talk to any of those misconceptions or?
So for us to actually know about a case, right? We have to know about a case to start the interview process and the contact tracing and the case investigation. People that get tested at CVS, just like I showed you, we got literally one of our urgent cares gave us a data dump that was 10 to 14 days old. So we didn't know about those cases. So if we don't know about it, we can't do anything. And I would encourage people, if you get tested elsewhere and you're positive, you need to call the health department and let us know. Our testing, we get our testing back that we send the next day, and it automatically comes to us. Stuff that goes to LabCorp, that goes to a lot of the commercial labs, is electronically reported to us. However, if there's a data entry error, it might not come to us. So if LabCorp enters a zip code wrong, instead of, 24060, they enter 24960, it goes to 24960, and there can be a delay for us to get it. So we have to know about the case to investigate it. It always starts with the patient. And, you have to remember, contact tracing and case investigation is not new. This is something we do in public health all the time. But it sort of became sexy during the pandemic, right? Oh my gosh, do they have enough? We have enough staff. We've hired more than enough staff. We do what is appropriate for the investigation, which is to start with the patient and find out what's going on. If it is a student in the school, we'll speak to the teacher. We'll find out about compliance, because the CDC guidance is if that masking on both ends, if there is compliance, there's not a close contact. That is the new CDC guidance. We'll ask if the student rode the bus. If there was masking on the bus, we follow up. Some of the stuff you're talking about, we definitely talk to the teachers. Is this a student who is compliant with masking? Is this a student who's not compliant with masking? Is this a student who was symptomatic, not symptomatic? Are there other people in the household? We always start with the case. And the problem is the whole class in most situations is not going to be a close contact if all the precautions are followed. In situations where you don't have all the precautions followed, then you will have more exposure and you will end up quarantining more people. You had the discussion earlier about would we ever close the entire school or the entire district. That would be incredibly unlikely. You're going to start with the class. I mean, if you have to go to school, I can't see, unless we just had a flood of cases all at once, that we would recommend that the entire district go remote. I think that would be incredibly unlikely. But what we find is as people get more nervous and anxious about it, they think they're contacts when they walked past that classroom door, or when they weren't even in the classroom, they were in the school. And those are not close contacts. And yet there's a lot of people that think they are. So it always starts with the positive case. We can't investigate until we know about the case. And I agree with you. Social media, it runs rampant. But again, to speaking to the situation, one case in a classroom or even two cases in a classroom, if they're not connected, there's, you know, you have to investigate those cases, because again, in most situations, those cases were acquired at home. It wasn't transmitted in the classroom. They were acquired at home or in a social situation. It wasn't transmitted in the classroom. And so we're not going to quarantine the entire class.
What do you see as I mean, is there an end game for this? I mean, you're talking about the epi curves and that you expect things to come down. I mean, at that point, where do we end up with this thing from your point of view right now? Are we going to live with it for the next year? Are we going to live with it until, the General Assembly, passes the rules to just treat this like any other communicable disease that we've dealt with in the past?
Yeah, COVID's not going to go away. It's going to be here, just like flu, just like a lot of other communicable diseases. There will be different variants. There will be different strains. It will be what we call endemic. We'll transition from pandemic to endemic. There will be cases. We have a vaccine that is very effective in preventing it. And as soon as we get that vaccine authorized for our younger children, then we'll be able to make that transition more easily. And it's not unlike everyone does with every other vaccine and every other situation. They have to do a risk assessment. The General Assembly is going to have to look at the numbers and decide, are they going to put that in with the mandatory vaccinations for school-age children? That would have to come in the next legislative session, or they'd have to call a special legislative session. When we get to that point, natural immunity from infection actually confers very robust immunity, and the latest data, the ongoing data, really suggests that it's long-term immunity, probably even a little bit better than the vaccine. So when you get to the point that you've had enough cases and enough people vaccinated, your pool of susceptible hosts goes down enough that you're not going to see these big spikes. You're going to see these waves that ebb and flow. And that's where we'll be endemic. That's where we kind of cross that threshold from pandemic into endemic. I do expect, though, my bet is next year when you get your flu shot, you'll get your flu and your COVID shot. And they're already they're going to start clinical trials this fall on a combined flu COVID booster. You've all heard about boosters. So I do expect that it will be something that, and we have to look at success too. From a public health standpoint, when we talk about success of a vaccine, we're looking, and we've done this for years with the flu vaccine. It may not prevent you from getting the flu, but if it keeps you out of the hospital and it keeps you from dying, that's a public health success. And the data on these vaccines, overwhelmingly, it is still doing exactly that. And yeah, you hear about breakthrough cases, you hear that, people who might get sick with breakthrough cases, but those numbers are incredibly low. And we're looking population-based. We're looking tens of thousands, millions in our numbers. Very, very rare. And the incidence of hospitalizations and deaths, the VDH puts the data out, VHHA, it's overwhelmingly that it's unvaccinated people who end up hospitalized and are accounting for most of the deaths right now.
Any other questions for Dr. Bissell?
Yeah, so I have one. You mentioned the distancing and that 3 feet or 6 feet, that it really didn't make that much of a difference.
So this is from the Mayo Clinic. And if you look, the yellow is when there are no masks being worn. And you can see that with no masks at 1 foot, there's 100% transmission. At 3 feet, 17%, 6 feet, 3%. see transmission, more transmission, if the source is not masked but the target is. But this bottom line, if both are masked at 1 foot, there's less than 0.5%. At 3 foot and at 6 foot distance, there's less than 0.5 transmission. So that, obviously having both people masked, the distance is less important. And that bears out on the study on the school bus I told you about. The kids were sitting 2 to a seat every row. They had masks on, and they, the bus driver was making sure that they were wearing their masks. And then they had the windows down to improve ventilation. So again, it's that layered mitigation. We know ventilation makes a huge difference.
So there's a big concern that during lunches, when students have their masks off and the level of transmission goes up. So where are we at with that?
So right now, I can tell you, we have not had a cafeteria outbreak incident. Again, it goes back to people doing the right thing. If you're symptomatic, stay home. Because if you're symptomatic, you're at higher risk of transmitting than somebody who's not symptomatic. Even if they're COVID positive and they're not symptomatic, they're at lower risk of transmitting. A lot depends on, are they facing each other? Are they yelling and screaming? I know the encouragement is to go ahead and eat and then put your mask back on to socialize. I think that's a really good thing, right? Go ahead and eat, not, try to minimize any socialization, and then as soon as you put your mask back on, you can socialize, and that'll help. But so far, lunchrooms have not been in any of our districts, have not been a huge problem. I think most of them are trying to offer outdoor options. I know you have the tents and stuff. I know my daughter goes to Blacksburg, and people go up into the hallway, they eat in the cafeteria, they go out to the tent area, they go out to the other areas outside where they can sit outside of the tent, and obviously that's weather dependent. But I think at least at that school, they do have options. And I've seen the tents up at other schools as well, to take advantage of outdoor while we can. And I do expect that, by October, we'll be looking at very different numbers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
If I may, I just had one other question about testing, because that's come up quite a bit, and you had a good slide on there in that equation that you showed. So if the prevalence, basically what that equation is showing is that if the prevalence of the disease is too low in your sample, in your community, then you're not going to get very meaningful information from doing random testing. Is that what these equations are telling us?
Doing random
Or consistent.
Right.
Screening test,
Right.
yes. But as far as symptomatic testing, that's a different story, right?
Symptomatic, absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll say that the rapid antigen tests are very reliable symptomatic. And I know a lot of testing protocols say if you get a positive antigen, go ahead and confirm it with PCR. We don't do that in most cases, because if you have symptoms and you have a positive antigen test, you have COVID. And we just declare it a case, and we do the appropriate. You have to isolate for 10 days from the onset of symptoms with a positive test.
What is roughly I don't even know that prevalence variable in that equation. What are you looking for as far as level in a community for it to make any sense? Are we still way below what makes sense?
We are.
Okay.
Actually, our prevalence right now is probably about 1%, maybe
Okay.
1.5%. To not have a positive test, the validity be the flip of a coin, you really have to have a prevalence at least 5% or more.
Okay.
And we've never been that high. I'll tell you, we've never hit 5% in
Yeah.
the community, which is why, the test is only as good as what you have. And we don't want to make decisions based on invalid results.
Sure.
So symptomatic people, absolutely, antigen or PCR. Now, the PCR test, right, that has its own thing. It's very sensitive, and in fact, the CDC is retiring the PCR test because it's almost too sensitive.
Right.
It stays positive, and I know the CDC says 3 months. We have people that we really are following that has stayed positive far longer than that. It's not, they don't have any evidence that they had a new infection or a new infection. So again, it can stay positive for a really long time. The other thing with,
So when people talk about the, you know, the three legs of the stool, I guess, of you know, mitigation, right? And one of those is testing, and I don't know if that comes from the CDC or if that comes from the VDOE, I'm not sure, but does that need to come with an asterisk that says, is that testing, you're talking about screening testing, or is that testing talking about symptomatic testing, or does that need to come with an asterisk that says if your prevalence is 5% or greater?
Well, that's part of the problem that, you know, CDC doesn't really define it. They don't discuss prevalence in their
Yeah.
recommendations. There are a lot of epidemiologists, in fact, the University of Minnesota, they a SMART testing protocol where you do consider these other factors and you don't just do an overhaul of just testing everybody
Yeah.
on a regular schedule. So when they first presented that VISTA testing, that they talked about, you know, in order to qualify, you had to sign up for pooled PCR testing, which means they take 4 or 5 samples from people and they run that as one. If it's negative, you assume they're all negative. If it's positive, you have to retest all 4 or 5 individuals. So you have to swab them again individually to see who that positive person is.
Sure.
So they talked about doing a 10%, you know, basically per school, 10% per week where you do just screening testing. And if your disease prevalence is 1.5%, it is worse than a coin flip that those positive tests are true positive tests. And so then you're making decisions about quarantining, you're making decisions about transition to remote, and that's not good data. And that's exactly what Paul Offit and the folks at Minnesota, you know, they've come out and say you have to implement SMART testing, not just test.
Sure.
And symptomatic is always, symptomatic testing is always warranted. Because we have seen a lot of cases where people assume it's just allergies or they assume it was because they inhaled smoke or whatever, and then they are positive. So yeah, we encourage. And you know, the other thing with home testing, and I've seen this in my other districts, is people don't disclose, right? You give them a home test, and we actually, through another partnership, we went to Floyd Fest and we went to some big events and we handed out thousands of home tests and said, please test yourself, scan it on your phone, and you can report your results. And our reporting back has been minimal. And we certainly haven't gotten positive reports. People aren't telling us if they're positive. But one of the VDOE options that they're looking at, if you do the program, is a home monitored telemedicine test where they take the test and they're monitored by telemedicine. Obviously, if your student or your family or your faculty have good internet at home, that works. If they don't, then that's not going to work very well. Where they have internet access to do it. And it's only as good as the sample you take,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So you could wave the swab in front of your nose and get a negative test.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
you don't know that if you do a test at home. And the problem is, unfortunately, people do manipulate. But I will say, people have manipulated this entire pandemic. And,
Yes.
and what we have found is that the people who are going to do the right thing are going to do the right thing. The people who aren't going to do the right thing, unfortunately, don't. And we get through it. We get through.
So on the testing, so because the symptomatic testing, you mentioned something about your team having the 1-day turnaround, but I also know, you know, my wife is a professor at Tech. She's got some students who are in situations where they're showing symptoms. They're probably not COVID, but you know, and they're trying to get testing, and it seems that there's a dearth of testing right now, at least something quick. You know, people have to wait 2, 3, 4 days maybe to get an appointment or something. Is that news? Okay, you're looking at me like that's news to you, so, okay.
No, Braylon is the one that runs our test, and they're up in Roanoke. We send tests up 5 days a week. Monday to Thursday, we send them up at 5:15 in the afternoon. On Friday, we send them up at 12:30. And Monday to Thursday, we have the results back usually the next afternoon. So if I send it up on Wednesday on the courier, I get it back Thursday afternoon. If I send it by 12:30 on Friday, I get it Friday afternoon and evening.
But there's appointments for getting the tests, right? Taken?
Health departments, you can walk in.
You can just walk in and anytime, okay, all right.
It's a self-swab test.
All right.
On Mondays and Thursdays, we're at the Montgomery Health Department. On Tuesdays, we're at Floyd. On Wednesdays, Pulaski. And Fridays, Radford.
Okay, thanks.
So it is readily available. And we don't have a shortage of test kits. I mean, I can easily people found that producing that much saliva was challenging and they'd rather have the nasal swab. Kids who want to spit and have a contest might have fun. But there is an option to do saliva testing as well. And that's all PCR, that's not antigen testing.
So
Well,
a question-
thank you.
A question about quarantine. So folks who have been vaccinated versus have not been, have a situation where a student tested positive and a coworker, the parent, was sent home to quarantine for like 14 days, but the student is back in school.
So someone who's vaccinated does not need to quarantine.
Excuse me, Dr. Bissell, somebody sent me a note that people online can't hear you talking and asking if you could speak in front of the mic. Sorry, thanks.
So if somebody is vaccinated, they do not have to quarantine. They're asked to wear a mask whenever they're around people or in public places, and they're asked to monitor for symptoms for 3 to 5 days. In those 3 to 5 days, they can get tested. And we found that if they're not positive, then it's unlikely that they're going to be positive, but we still do ask that they continue to monitor for symptoms and, that they continue to wear a mask when they're around public people or in public around people for up to 14 days. Someone who is not vaccinated, and this kind of goes back to not letting perfect be the enemy of good, we know that 14 days is the ideal situation, that if you quarantine 14 days and you go out on day 15, there is a 0% chance that you are going to have COVID and give it to somebody else. The problem is people don't comply with 14 days. We found this all throughout last year. They don't comply with 14 days. And the CDC found that, and that's why they shortened it to 10 days. And they said, at 10 days, we find that you might miss 1%. So 99% chance at 10 days, and they release on day 11, that you're not going to miss COVID. So 99% in statistics is pretty good odds. The 7-day test out option, again, people just not complying and trying to find that sweet spot. If you quarantine 7 days, if you get a negative test between day 5 and day 7, it runs between 5 and 12% that you might miss. So it's 88 to 95% that you're not going to miss a COVID positive. And that's for anybody who's unvaccinated or partially vaccinated.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Bissell.
Thank you for
You gave
being
us
here.
more than what we were asking for, definitely. So thank you so much for educating us.
I think in a month we'll be in a much better place. You'll
Yeah.
see those numbers down. We'll be in a much better place if we can hang in there.
Would the board like to take a quick break before we finish up here? Maybe 5-minute break?
I would, I've got
10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Let's say 10 minutes.
10 minutes it
Five.
is.
All right, 5 minutes. topic is up there on the board. Do we have a majority of the board that wish to make changes for communication of COVID notices or the dashboard?
I mean,
And I
do
think
you
I-
want roll call, or you want, what do you want?
That's a broad question.
Yeah.
I think what Mr. Chabaka suggested too, that I think the weekly update, I feel like maybe that's a good idea. We can, and if we can separate it to staff and students, I think that's probably good way of starting. Not, you know.
I can support that.
So weekly update per school.
Yeah.
Separated staff, student.
Right. Yeah.
And this is an email that goes to the families?
I thought, can we talk about that notification? Because I don't know, I was always under the impression that as a parent, like I've signed up for stuff, I think via email, right? But I thought you can sign up via email, via text, or via
Yeah,
phone.
I think
You
So
can't do the
whether-
text.
We don't do
Yeah, I guess we don't do text
Yeah.
anymore.
Brenda can give us she's the
yeah.
expert in
Yeah, she will
how this
know.
thing
but
works.
we
Al-
can-
Also, just, a couple people mentioned to me that, just because when you call and no one, if they get a voicemail message, they just read the transcript of the voicemail message, so people might not be answering their phones. I mean, you're saying that there's a lot of people not answering the phones. I don't answer my phone, but.
Go ahead, Brenda, you were going to talk.
Yeah.
Yes, so we do have text messaging in place for our staff members, and we have text messaging in place for our inclement weather lists. When it comes to parents, there can spam rules in place when it comes to text messaging. And so implementing I'm sorry, can everybody hear me? I get fussed at meetings a lot, okay. Something about my voice just doesn't carry well through the mask. So we have text messaging in place for our staff members. We have text messaging in place for those who sign up for inclement weather alerts. We have not yet turned on text messaging for students. It is on our to-do list for this year. Mr. Wickham and I have it on our list for this year. Can spam regulations prevent me from just turning it on? There's a great plan that has to happen with synchronizing the data and making sure we've got the right number and parents have opted in the right way. It pushes out a big district-wide message that parents have to know what to do with, or they're going to say no and opt out of anything that we send to them. And so there are just sort of all of these components at play. There's also an app that lets parents decide, I want to get attendance calls at this number, but I want to get notifications about COVID only via text and at this number. And so there's a huge education piece to that as well, getting our families on board. Somebody like you, Mr. Trepaka, you're going to adopt an app like that so quickly, right? And you're going to be able to work with it and really easily manipulate it. But we have a whole host of families who wouldn't be as easy with that app, and we have to sort of do it carefully. And the standards for that change, so the information I'm giving you now is based on 2 years ago when we last looked at it. And so right now we're getting all the white papers, all of the implementation information, so that we can look at how that sync would happen in general for families and the types of communication that would need to happen before we flipped the switch.
So right now, we only have phone call to families.
Mhm.
We only have phone call and email, correct?
As direct push communication, we of
Right.
course also have our dashboard that's available
Right,
online.
direct push, right.
Yes.
But
Okay.
do they choose, do the families choose whether they want a phone call or an email, or do
No.
we choose which one, how it
The
goes out?
sender chooses. So if the message is coming from me, I choose. If the message is coming from a school, the school chooses.
I see, okay.
Okay, so the suggestion on the table is,
I guess now we have to decide, we want email or phone call, if we want to do weekly updates to the schools, all right?
Yeah, I mean, because some are signed up for one or not the other, is that correct?
Sorry,
Sit down.
bring it up.
Remember, our families aren't signed up. This is information that syncs with Power School.
in
That's
Power
right.
School. It's not a
Yeah.
sign-up thing.
They can block us, which is what's happening. Our block rate is increasingly high and gets higher.
It's on the phone portion?
Yes, they're blocking us. And they're also blocking us from their emails. And so they're saying, I don't want to get your messages anymore. Sometimes it's an accident, but when we look at the numbers and how much it increased. We're just going to say it's the Mr. Garrettson effect, right? That's what we do.
So my suggestion was to use a threshold for the weekly emails. I don't know, I know Gunnan, you seem to like that idea, but what do the rest of you all think?
I would say email only because if we're having this much of an issue with the phone, at least if we send it by email and there is a call that is missed, we have something in writing, and that person can always go back to an email, and or the school can say, we sent that email out, and they can retrieve it. And I think the weekly thing, one email a week to update and give the information that they're asking for, I don't see any problem with that.
And still keep.
But I do like the idea of the threshold.
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
And I think
yeah.
that would have to be based on a percentage of cases per student body. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't use that same threshold in every school.
Correct.
And I agree with that because Dr. Bissell did such a remarkable job. I don't know if she's still here, but thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, I've never been so informed in my life, and I know that everyone watching and the parents and all of us really do appreciate all of her information. But I think what she said about that particular part of it is vital in making sure that no one gets confused and there is no miscommunication with the communication part.
Right. So, do a majority of us, are we good with that, other than deciding on the threshold? Yes, no?
So why aren't we doing a roll call since we do that with every other vote we do?
Well, we usually only do roll calls with policies.
No, you do roll call with.
We
just
do
about
them with other
everything.
things, yes. But I just
So-
wanted to get people's feedback before we have a motion, because we don't even have a motion yet. I just wanted to see, are we thinking on the same page?
Could you define threshold? I mean, I know what the word threshold means.
So,
But what are
just-
you, how are you using it in
Here's
this
what
context?
I'm thinking, I mean, especially looking at the case rates, that some of the graphs that Dr. Bissell put up there, and just our own, you can look at our own graphs, right, and see when we're in a situation where parents are like, give me every ounce of information you possibly can. And even if you look at last year, that was in September, we got to October, November, things settled down. That's probably when people started tuning out some of the calls and things. Then we got to December, January, things kind of soared again. People got interested again. So to me, I think there's I don't know the information's available on the dashboard. If we send out these things weekly by a threshold, meaning that if you're above a certain percentage, let's say you have a school of 1,000 students, and 1% would be 10 cases, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that 1% should be the threshold.
So that was exactly
necessarily,
what I
but-
was gonna say.
Yeah,
Like one per 100,
But
maybe.
if 1%, or even, whatever we decide, if 1% is the threshold, and so the weekly goes out, that there's at least 10 cases, I don't know if that's, for the week, then we hit that threshold and the email goes out to parents in that school.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Right,
I think one per
It makes sense, but I don't agree with it.
Well, the problem
I
is.
mean,
that
I
if we-
understand
if
what
we
you're
get-
saying, but.
Hopefully, if we get back to a point, let's say you're at a point again in a couple months, like Dr. Bissell's saying, where we're down to no cases in a lot of schools even, or just one case a week or something like that. Do we really need to be sending a
No.
communication?
No,
that
but we're not
very
talking
apparent.
about, we're not talking about later on. We're talking about now, aren't we?
But you've got to remember,
You've got
Dr.
a whole
Bissell
lot of people
herself
that don't want to know.
even
Exactly.
said
You
that
don't need
we're
to. Well, they
looking
can
at
block
the
the email
graphs
then.
and nobody, it's not being looked at correctly because
Right.
people don't know what they're looking at and they don't realize what they're looking at and what the numbers mean.
That's
She
right.
sat right here and said that. So people can look at those graphs, one parent can look at it thinking, and another one can look at it thinking, oh, well, that's not bad. And that can be miscommunicated in that way, like she was just up here
Sure,
saying.
no, I wasn't saying that we would send out the graphs, I was just saying that we would send out.
No, she was just
the-
giving that as an
Yeah,
example.
okay.
Right.
So,
I
do
was.
we want to put a motion on the table
Well, let's
at
talk
this
about the
point?
threshold too.
Yeah.
If I- and I like what Mark talked about, and he threw an example out, but 1 per 100. So a school like Bellevue, if you had more than 3 in a week, or a school like Blacksburg High School, you have more than 12 in a week, it would be considered high based on the student population.
Yeah, that seems very That seems very excessive, in my opinion.
I-
The 1% per 100.
I'm totally lost here. I don't
It's up to you
understand.
all.
I
Let
guess
us
I
know.
just don't understand what it is we're trying to achieve. We're asking for more transparency and more communication, and we're saying, okay, we'll send out an email once a week. So you don't even know, it could have happened a week ago and you're finding out about it. We'll send you once a week, but we're not gonna send it unless there's this many cases, so we just gotta make sure, so hopefully you're all counting the cases and we're not missing it. I mean, to be honest, I don't know why we just can't go back to what we were doing. And then if people don't wanna answer the phone and they don't wanna listen, then they can block the phone call.
Well,
They can
because-
block the email. But I think, I don't, that's what I hear people asking for. I don't hear them asking for these weekly, to be honest, that sounds like just a waste of time. I just don't see how that's going to be beneficial to anyone, and it's extra work for people.
I think Dr. Bissell made it pretty clear that anything above our dashboard is extra work and doesn't benefit anyone. I think she made that pretty clear in her statistics that she gave us and what
But
that
she's not the
information
parent.
means.
Her kids aren't in the school and she's not having to deal, I mean, I appreciate that, and as a matter of fact, I'd like to talk about one of the other things, when we get done with this, what else Dr. Bissell talked about, because I think she had a lot of very good points this evening. But on this one, and I heard what she said, but what I hear parents asking for is more information. And I'm not sure why we can't just provide them with what they're asking for.
I think that's what, we're trying to strike a balance, though,
Yeah,
I
a
think.
balance, but why
And-
are we trying to
Okay,
strike a
because,
balance?
here's why, because if we inundate people with emails and information that they don't, that's just too much for them, they will block us, which means that they will not just block those messages, they will block all messages.
Important
And they will then,
messages.
then they will not receive important messages that they should be getting. It's a balance between being informative and spamming people,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And,
Yep.
and so that's all we're trying to do, is just find out where is that balance between, because we went from, we really, again, this summer, we were expecting that there were gonna be very few cases at all anyway, and we're obviously in a different situation now, and so we're trying to dial it back to being a little more informative, right? So,
And we really can't say all the parents wants this way
That's
or
right.
that way. because
We've
we
only
really
heard
don't
from
know
it.
all the parents wants.
We've not
I
heard
mean,
from the silent majority.
I heard a lot of from, Margaret Weeks community, obviously, past a couple days. But I don't know what Eastman community or Auburn community wants. Do they wanna, every day they're, being called?
no, I
Maybe
haven't
not.
heard
anything,
So we
yeah.
have to consider,
I've heard
everyone.
from my community that they're getting what they feel they need.
Yeah.
And I've heard that from several others.
So we have to be considerate of that too when we make
Right.
a board, decision. That's why I think the weekly, maybe it will be some kind of a balance and, or just we have to stick what we have and have, make sure everybody looks at the dashboard the way that they supposed to. And maybe we can just divide dashboard numbers, students and staff, instead of calling anybody. I mean, that's the other option.
So does anyone want to make a motion so that we have a starting point, a jumping point here?
I mean,
Well, I'll make a motion that we report as cases are shown to be positive, that we report quarantine numbers, that we separate staff and students, and that we do that until our levels go down to practically nothing.
I'll second that.
okay.
Any discussion?
I agree with that. I'm hoping that we can have a little bit more discussion and maybe amend the motion to something that we can pass. But I think the idea of a threshold is something that if we put it in place, because you said until it's almost nothing, so we can come up with what that threshold is, and that way this policy would kick in, it would probably kick in now, and it would also kick in the future if we had another surge in the spring or something like that without us having to get involved, so. Because I think the motion as it's on the table next to nothing. I mean, I think we have to come up with something a little more specific than that.
Well, we at least have to go ahead and vote on the motion as it is.
Was this a day?
Can I have a
Can I
roll call?
can I ask a question? Was that something that, was this a daily notification?
Whenever there's a case, a
So
positive
every day?
case.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Bond?
No.
Mr. Chewbacca?
No.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
No.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Ms. Graham?
No.
Motion fails.
So I think it would be nice to have some discussion. It'd be nice if we can have some discussion to get a motion that has a chance, I think, of
Is
of
there a
moving
way,
forward.
Brenda, to have parents opt in for messaging or phone calls where instead of sending it out to everybody where they request, I would like to get this phone call, like to get this email? And that way we're not sending it to people who don't want it?
We certainly have that capability. We use it with our snow list.
With what? I'm sorry.
The snow list.
Oh,
So
okay.
we call all parents and all staff members. That's relatively new. We started that in the last 18 months, where all staff members and all parents get that call automatically because it changes their schedule. But then we also call that snow list. Requires a little bit of setup. Some work, I will say, that Mr. Wickham's never done before. And so I feel like we have to be transparent about that. That snow list has been in place since before I got here 11 years ago. But I think there are methods and ways that we can sync that up. At least for email, we could do it really easy. There's some free companies that we could use, but when it comes to using our paid service, some methods we'd have to look at.
Brad would like to make a couple points.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
First of all, since the good doctor made reference to it, on a lighter night, go Hokies. And if, you know, I know I wasn't asked, but I have a big mouth and I'll editorialize a little bit. As a lawyer, I get very concerned if we're legislating or developing policy or practices based on what we read on Facebook. A day in my life doesn't go by where there's legal exposure for a school division because someone has done something entirely indefensible on Facebook. So I don't find that to be a terribly credible source, but I know my opinion wasn't asked. Two things that I want to point out on the scope of what we can release. Number one, it's my understanding, and I thought I might get caught up when Dr. Bissell was still here, if an individual student we believe, or the Department of Health believes, that an individual student has been exposed, they will be notified by the very fact that they're being interviewed about it. So the rest, to me, is speculation, which is not fact, which should not be reported. I did pull up because I wasn't sure, I hadn't checked since last time I gave you all advice about this, which was a year ago. There was March 2020 guidance from the FERPA office in Washington. It has been once updated so that I don't get accused of misquoting or paraphrasing. You'll allow me just to read to you 3 questions and their answers to those about what you may release. I don't even need my old man glasses. May a school disclose the number of students who have COVID-19? May a school, not a school division, may a school disclose the number of students who have COVID-19 to parents and students in the school community without prior written consent. You know, the federal FERPA law requires, before you may disclose any information about a student, that you have to have that parent's consent. There are exceptions. This says, again, the question, may a school disclose the number of students? Yes, provided that the information the school shares with parents and students does not allow for any individual student to be identified. If a school division discloses, if a school discloses information about students in a non-identifiable form, then prior written consent from the parent is not needed under FERPA. When determining what information may be shared without consent, the school must take into account other reasonably available information that could potentially enable identifiable information to become identifiable. For example, and this is, again, I'm just reading, a school generally could release the fact that 5 students are absent due to COVID-19 without disclosing the students' identities. This would be allowed under FERPA as long as there are a sufficient number of other students who attend the school and other students at the school are absent for other reasons. However, we caution schools to ensure that in releasing such facts, they do so in a way that does not reveal information that, alone or in combination with other information, would allow a person in the school community to identify the students who are absent due to COVID. So back to your circumstances about a kid in a class, if that's the only kid that's absent that day, and you've released that 3rd grade Mrs. Jones' class had 1 kid out because of COVID, you've disclosed who that kid is and you violated federal law.
Exactly.
Understand my point?
Yeah.
May I read a couple of other, there are just 2 other questions and answers that I think might be helpful. May a school identify a particular student who has COVID-19 to parents and students in the school community without prior written consent? In most cases, it will be sufficient for a school to report the fact that an individual in the school has COVID-19 rather than identifying the specific student who is infected. However, there may be situations during a health or safety emergency. I'm going to pause for a second there. There are health and safety emergency exceptions to the general FERPA rules. So for instance, if you had a school that was on fire and you needed to rescue certain kids and they were having medical issues, in those instances, there's a health and safety emergency, you may disclose things about a student without mom and dad's consent. So I was reading, however, there may be situations during a health or safety emergency in which a school may determine that it is appropriate to disclose identifiable information to parents or students about a student with COVID-19 if knowledge of such information is necessary to protect their health. For example, if a student with COVID-19 is an athlete and has been in close contact with other students on a sports team or students who have higher health risks, school officials may determine that these other students or their parents need to know the identity of the infected student in order to take protective measures. And then there are other FERPA requirements for documenting that health and safety emergency. It goes on to say, therefore, in these limited situations, school officials may determine that it is appropriate to disclose such information to parents or students if the disclosure is necessary to allow parents and students to take appropriate precautions. School officials should make this determination on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the totality of the circumstances, including the risks presented to the health of students or other individuals, and the need for such individuals to have the information in order to take appropriate actions. School officials may want to consult with public health officials when making this determination, which again, I think circles back to the contact tracing that you likely would have been doing in those circumstances anyway. One more question and answer, and then I'll be quiet, I promise. And this probably gets to the motion that's pending now. May a school division, or school, excuse me, disclose the number of students who have COVID-19 in order to provide general health data to the public, including the media, without prior written consent? Yes, with the same proviso, provided that the information the school shares does not allow for any individual student to be identified. Similar to sharing information with the school community, if a school discloses information about students in a non-identifiable form, then consent is not needed under FERPA. As discussed above, when a school determines what information may be shared without prior written consent, the school must take into account other reasonably available information that might allow non-identifiable information to become identifiable. Sorry, your eyes are probably completely glazed over now, but that's the guidance from the office that will be enforcing individual student rights.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Yeah, so let's just get this straight because everybody seems to jump on it. At no time have myself or I heard from any other board member that we would be putting out information about a child in a specific class.
Right.
Or doing, or, you know, the ridiculous thing of putting a child's name out there. But every time that comes up, everybody's like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Well, yeah, nobody says we're going to do that. And nobody has even, even thought about doing that. So we need to stop that. Really?
Yeah, we were talking last year, what we did last year is we said there was a student in a school had a case. Like, that's what we did last year, correct? So that's, I think, what we're talking about is letting people know that there's a student we're not doing, we have it on the dashboard to some degree, but it's not specific staff or students. And what we're saying is just getting that information out to people on a regular basis as opposed to having them have to go to the dashboard to try to figure it out.
Okay.
And also, one thing I want to make, one comment to Brad. You made an assumption that, because you said that if a student, we don't need to notify anybody because there's going to be contact tracing done. You're making an assumption that contact tracing is being done. I'm hearing from a lot of parents that that's not happening. So that's an assumption that, yes, yeah, if contact tracing was done all the time, you're right, but it's not. And there's probably a parent sitting really close to you right now who could probably tell you that.
So, go ahead, Jamie, sorry.
I've got a question. I'm just curious, what difference would it make whether it's a staff or a student? It's a case. It's a positive case. Why do we have to pinpoint? Why do we have to make that put it out there? If we're not concerned about getting it out there who it might be or directing, what's it matter? If we're going to do just okay, this school has this many cases, and do that update once a week, I could support that, but it doesn't matter if it's a staff member, it doesn't matter if it's a teacher, it doesn't matter if it's a student, it's a case. You can get COVID, someone has it, it doesn't matter the age. Am I correct? So why do we have to pinpoint that if it doesn't matter?
It does matter.
Why?
Because there's a level of exposure that with a staff person versus a child who's on a bus, who's around many other students, that a staff may not have that same level of exposure and are more likely to probably have their mask on correctly versus a child, especially younger children. So yeah, it does matter who is the person who is positive because of the level of contact.
But I'm speaking in a sense of transparency that we continuously get told that we're not doing. That's and I disagree with that. But with that being, it's more about knowing the case, not what you're talking about. I understand what you're saying and how someone gets it and how someone might be around a person a little bit more, but that comes into the questioning of finding out who could be exposed that's around that person. Same as if a student's on a team, if the student's participating in a club or an activity. But I guess where I'm coming from is, what does that matter to the public?
For those very reasons, Jamie, if there's a possibility of more exposure because a child is having more activity with sports and all those kinds of things you just talked about versus a staff person who doesn't necessarily have those levels of possible exposure, then the chances of it being transmitted at a higher level or lower level depends on who may have the case.
But that's going to be individual to the child. What if the child gets picked up by its parents and it's on no athletic team? I mean,
and we've got teachers that coach.
I think it's just an issue. I think it's just an issue of transparency too. I mean, I could come up with other reasons why the public might want to know that number, but if we're not disclosing anybody's identity, I don't understand why we wouldn't be fully transparent. But
if you do set a threshold and you separate it out, one thing we'd have to be careful of is we'd have to set a threshold for individual student and for teacher.
Yeah.
Because if it is, say it's 10 students and one teacher, it
Then
could
you
create an
identify the
identifiable
That's right.
type of situation.
But would you, if it's for one building over 4 or 5 school days, would you really be creating that situation?
well, it depends on the timing of
Possibly.
it.
Well,
If
I
we're
mean,
past
the chances
peak,
that you're only going to have one teacher one staff absence or one student absence that whole week
Well, if it's
pretty
one
slow.
teacher, for
Pretty
instance.
high, actually, it's
What's that?
pretty high.
Yeah, one teacher, it could be possible
Okay.
that would
I mean,
happen in a
Yeah.
small building.
Look, I think
Yeah.
any of these would come with the caveat that we would not do anything illegal, you know? So if we need to explicitly write that in, we can. But I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna try to do one, you asked for a motion,
That would,
Ms.
I
Graham.
think that
and-
gives us
and-
a discussion point.
What's that?
I think it gives us a good discussion point.
So here's what I'm gonna try to do. I think that any information, and we can still discuss what information we wanna release, but any information, specific information we wanna release should be on the dashboard anyway. So what I wanna do is I wanna make a motion, to basically, on the reporting. I think we should separate those two things or else we'll be here all night. So let me try to see if I can do this, and I'm happy to amend it if anybody has a better idea. But I'd like to make a motion for us to send a weekly email to a school community with a summary and a link to the weekly dashboard when weekly cases in that building are above the threshold of 1.5%. So we can discuss those different things. We can, and what we're doing is we're telling them, here's what the cases were this week. Here's, you know, we give them the information that's in the dashboard, and we give them a link to the dashboard so they can go get more information. It's us trying to say, in case you stop paying attention, this is happening. Now, I mean, from things I've heard the number 2% tossed around a lot, 4%, 2% as far as what is considered high. So I think
Right.
over 1.5% would definitely capture that. So, but I'm,
Do we
you know,
have a
I'm open
second?
to.
I'll second that, yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Could we make one, you
Sure.
mentioned it earlier, so could we make a little modification to that?
Sure.
In that, if it looks like we might fall into, I mean, which we shouldn't, if we're not separating out staff and students, we wouldn't fall into that one
Well, see,
staff. If we
so-
did it overall, like what you're talking about, is that what you're thinking? We wouldn't run
Yeah,
into
but
that
I don't think
problem?
I don't think that belongs in this motion. 'Cause
Okay,
all this motion
okay.
does is send out an email
Okay.
that points people to the dashboard.
Okay.
When cases in that building are above a certain level.
Okay. Any more discussion on that since Goonan seconded it? Okay, could I have a roll call?
I have a comment. I just don't see how that helps parents at all. If you're, Mark, you got 2 kids in school, right?
Yeah, I do.
So would you not want to know if there is a case in Blacksburg High School?
I
If there's
mean-
cases, and you don't, so you're okay with only finding out if there's 10 or so? You,
And
that, as long as there's more than 10, but you don't really care if
I
there's
mean,
less than 10?
look, I threw out this number.
I don't see
part of the
why we have to put a
problem-
threshold on it. I don't understand
Because
why
I'm not
there's a
okay.
threshold.
The reason there's a threshold on it is because I don't want to keep getting week after week after week an email that there were 3 cases or there was
Well,
one
that's
case.
why I asked about, can we have people opt in? If you don't want to, fine, then don't opt in for those emails. But if there are parents out there who are asking for this information, they want this
The
information.
parents who want the information know to go to the dashboard and get it. What I'm hearing is that there's parents out there that just aren't even aware, and they're expecting these emails to come. And so I'm trying to strike a balance between informing them maybe when they need to be informed versus
Inundating them.
and getting them to tune out. Now, you know, Blacksburg High School, what are we talking, 1,000 students? Christiansburg's close to that too, is it not? I mean, roughly, can we just speak in rough numbers? So we're talking roughly 1,000, 1.5% would be 15 cases in 1 week. I would definitely want to know at that level. I mean, me personally, I might peg that number lower, but this is I'm making the motion. I'm happy to hear where you guys think that threshold should be. And if we can get 4 votes for a certain threshold, then that's, I guess, where it needs to be.
Any further discussion on this?
I'd almost like to ask Brad to come back up and give us his thoughts on what he thinks how we should send out the message.
I don't have any particular thought other than what I just described to you.
Well, I mean, is
Well, I mean, in response to some of the
what we're
comments that were,
asking,
in response to some of the comments made to my previous comments.
Right.
I did hear this board 2 hours ago or an hour and a half ago talk about knowing specific children's names because I read about it on Facebook. That's why I made the editorial comment I made. So I think we have to be cautious about the potential to identify an individual student. Other than that, I read to you what the FERPA office said.
Right.
If you're sending out regular data on the number of children in a building, that's perfectly permissible, so long as, when you evaluate all of the data, I can't look at that, list of 3 and know it's Mr. Chewbacca's son or daughter. I don't know what you have, I apologize. You get my point?
Yeah.
Do you
So-
see a?
So someone's got to be examining those messages well
you-
enough to know that the school division can't be liable
Right.
for having
See, that's what I'm saying.
unintentionally identified a child.
Right. Okay. Any other
Thank you.
questions?
I mean, I'd like to know what y'all's input is on where you would set that threshold. I mean, nobody's thrown out a number but me. I mean, are you with that number?
I'm
or-
fine with your threshold.
Yeah, I can support that. I
I
can
can
support
support it.
anything lower, but
Yeah.
I could support that.
It
Yeah.
is good.
Okay.
Alright.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
I'm not sure what we're voting on. Can you read the?
Could you read the motion again, please?
Of course. The motion is to send a weekly email to a school community with a summary and link to the dashboard when weekly cases in that building are above the threshold of 1.5%.
No.
Ms. Cass?
No.
Ms. Cron?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay.
So now to, I guess, transition to the type of information that we're giving. I mean, there's been some talk about quarantine cases. I know that there's other districts that do that. I heard Dr. Bissell well on what she was saying, being basically, what are you going to do with this information? How is it going to be used in a positive way? If it can't be, then maybe you shouldn't give it out. And again, I come back to the issue of transparency. I think for what we're doing, I think it's better to be transparent. If we have that information and, it's not, we're not identifying anybody or something, I would definitely be in support of giving that information out. If we don't, another idea that I thought about is, we probably have an idea of what our absentee rate is on average before COVID. And we could certainly report what the absentee rate in the buildings are. That's something, honestly, as a board member, when we talk about delivering instruction, curriculum to students who aren't there, it kind of would be interesting to know how much are we doing that, Are we doing, are 10% of the kids absent? I don't even know what an average is. Is it like 3 or 4%, 5%?
Probably 6 or 7.
6 or 7% a day? That's not now, that's pre-COVID?
Yes.
Let's call, I like to use a round number, so let's say it's 5%, right? If the average is 5% generally, and we're seeing a 20% absentee rate, right now, let's say, then that gives me an idea, at least roughly, how many more people. Now, I may not care, as a school board member, I don't know that I care, is it a lab-tested positive case? Are they quarantining for real or for not? All I know is that COVID is causing an extra 15% of our student population in this building or across the division to be absent. And then that helps us, when we're making decisions about things. Now, if that number goes back down to, 7%, and now the difference is only 2%, well, that tells us something too, right? So anyway, I just wanted to open up that conversation.
Dr.
about-
Meyer, aren't we going to have to confirm what the absence is? Students are out all the time for absences. So if we're going to do this by what Mr. Chewbacca is talking about, you're going to have somebody sit there and make sure that the absence is due to a COVID-related illness. Am I not correct?
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying
All
at
right,
all.
You want a
hold on.
report.
Hold on, before we get into more in-depth stuff here, I need to know that a majority of the board wants to do further communication or changes to the dashboard. That's the next question.
Okay,
We've
fair
made this decision that the majority agreed on. Now we need to know, does the majority of the board want to go any further with more communication?
I don't. I'm happy with what we've changed. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think we need to start there.
I'd like to see us report something on either absences or quarantines, just because the public's been asking for it.
Goonan?
I think I'm fine with it. If the majority wants to divide between student and staff, I think that's the only thing I will be okay for. I don't think I want to know anything more than that. Definitely not the current teams.
I'm fine the way it
Dana?
is, and I think, I'm gonna take what Dr. Bissell said to heart, and I think what she made had a lot of sense. And I think if people want to know more, they'll look for it and find it, and are certainly free to call and ask and reach out to the school in any other way that they would deem that they need necessary.
Okay, Penny?
Well, first of all, the schools aren't gonna tell anything if you call and ask, how many cases you got today?
I don't mean ask that. I mean, if, what they can legally ask, if they want more transparency, because we can't put that out anyway.
So, no, without the quarantine numbers, and I'm not gonna agree to that.
Okay, Sue?
I'm not quite sure what the question is.
Let me restate it. I just want to see if people want to add more communication, if the majority of the board wants to add more communication, or make any changes to the dashboard. So it's a yes or no question. Answer, I mean.
I really can't. I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry. Now we're talking about the dashboard. We don't even want to communicate to people what's going on yet now. So what is it we're planning on doing to the dashboard? I feel like we're just making these decisions and getting into these details that I'm not even sure where we're headed with all of this.
Okay.
What is it you want to do to the dashboard?
Well, I think we haven't determined that. The question
But
is.
how can you ask me to say yes or no when we haven't determined it, but say yes or no, please.
She just asked you if you just wanted to add a little bit more information.
I don't know,
and
because
before-
we haven't talked about what information we would add. I
Well,
can't
it's
answer the
a, it's a
question
yes or no to where do we have a discussion to find out if we want to? Because we as a board agreed if it's not enough people that are interested in something, it dies and we don't continue on the conversation. That's all she's asking you, is if you want to continue the conversation or if you're happy with this motion that passed on the extra information that will be going out.
So Goonan said that she would support splitting up adding the staff versus students, and that would be all. I would support that as well. I would also support adding information about either absences and/or quarantines.
I would go along with that.
And Penny was a no, so.
Okay,
How many yeses
so
did we have there?
at this point, we either need a motion for what you guys want to do, or a motion for what Goonan wants to do.
Goonan, why don't you go ahead and motion, because I don't think there's a support for.
I'll make a motion that we add to the dashboard information, I don't know how you describe divide, the ratio of staff and students. I don't know, that's a good word for it. You guys fix it. It's when it's going weekly. It's basically,
Well, the dashboard gets updated, is it daily?
Daily.
Oh, that's,
Do you want your change to the dashboard, or do you want your change in the information here?
I think it should be to the dashboard. We should leave this alone and just let it point to the dashboard.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm confused now, but. So link is a dashboard.
We can update a graph on the dashboard as often as the board wants to see it updated. The 2 graphs we have right now are updated daily. I think a student staff breakdown by week is very smart because it often would be higher than 1.
Yeah, I think
When we already do a
Yeah.
daily count.
Yes.
We already show that count by school. So not only can you see we had 30 positive cases today, you can see exactly how many cases were in each school.
Yeah.
Over the course of a week, I think you're much safer. I don't mean to speak for Brad, I'm probably
You're right
speaking
about
out
the
of
safer
turn, Mr.
part.
King, I
think that's what
apologize.
I meant.
Yeah.
So is that helpful? I didn't want you to feel hammered into a daily.
No,
We can do daily, But we can make a graph be whatever you want it to be. We're here to do what you want us to
I think
do.
weekly is more sensible than
We are.
take any
No,
risk
we're
on.
only going
Can
to
you
So you
amend
take the
your-
current, so basically what's being said is you take the current weekly,
Mhm.
and when we send this out at the end of the week, we then break it down between staff and students.
On the dashboard only,
Becau-
as a weekly.
Just with the weekly report, because it's going to most likely have that higher number
Yeah,
where it will
quite a
not
bit
be
more.
identifying
Yeah.
individuals. If you
Identifiable,
do it, but
right.
if you do it on a daily basis,
that would be
it can be
Exactly.
really easy to identify
Yeah.
individuals.
Okay. Do you want to modify your motion?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
What?
Was there a second?
There was a second.
I'll second.
You-
Oh,
you-
I'll second
I
if
think
nobody
you
else
did
did.
second.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
We got all lost.
Oh, you voted.
Okay, can we restate the motion with Goodness change?
The motion is to add the student staff breakdown to the dashboard as a weekly update.
Okay, and we have are you okay with the
Yes.
modified motion?
I am.
Okay, so Mr. Chewbacca is okay with the modified motion? Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Bond?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was gonna do discussion. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
No.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Okay, so what is the motion?
The motion is to add the student staff breakdown to the dashboard as a weekly update.
No.
Ms. Cass?
I'm going to abstain because I just don't even understand half this conversation. So I'm going to just abstain.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Harton?
No.
Ms. Graham?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. So I think we've negated we've surpassed all the communication changes at this point?
I think so. Can I add one thing or just bring up one? So another thing that has come up this week or previous weeks, and it came up tonight too, I think in one of the public speakers, and that's a published process for, we're adding to our COVID page, like the link that we have there to the health department. It's a quarantine guidance from the New River Health District. I think that's been a really informative piece of information. But I've also heard from a lot of parents that are asking for more information on what to do when it's not COVID or when it's suspected not to be COVID. Like how does my kid get back to school if it's not a COVID exposure? If they-
Jason, I think we had this email from a constituent, and could you talk about how you handled that, if you don't mind?
Yes, ma'am, we have that information. I do think I've shared it at least with, maybe not all, but some of the board members. Forgive me if I missed you. Our nurses are all aware of that, and we also, if we needed to put it in a way that it could be displayed on the main COVID page, I think we can do that quite easily if that's the will of the board.
Because we also have the workflow, the flow chart.
Right, that's
For-
after an exposure. Yes,
Right,
ma'am, and
the
that has
Dr.
been,
Myers-
Correct.
right.
Yeah,
that
and
has
that's-
been extremely useful.
Yeah, and
we
that
did-
is already on our website.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. It's helpful to have that on the website.
Right.
Because anytime there's an exposure, a parent can just go there and look at that flow
Exactly.
chart and figure out what they need to do. What's missing is some of the other, if there isn't an exposure, if there's just symptoms. and,
Sniffles.
Oh,
Yep.
maybe.
What do we do with sniffles?
Yeah, what do I
Yeah.
do with this? Oh, it went away. Now I think it's a cold or it's an allergy or whatever. What do you
Right.
do? And and I've heard that from multiple parents, and.
We'll put it together.
Okay.
Vet it past the health department, and we should be able to get that up on the dashboard, hopefully by the end of the week, if
Is-
that's the will of the board.
Is that okay with the board to have more information like that to help parents diagnose?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to say diagnose, but to know what to do.
Published guidance.
Yeah.
Guidance.
Yeah. Is everybody good with that? I don't want Jason to do work if we're not in agreement.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
good with that.
Okay, I see a majority shaking their head. Okay. All right, are we okay to move on? All right.
What are we going to move on to?
Oh, sorry.
The
'Cause
agenda. The agenda.
Well, there's actually something else regarding COVID I'd like to bring up. And it was something that was discussed, Dr. Bissell brought up when we were talking, and that's about mandated vaccines for staff.
Okay, so you can bring that up in new business.
Okay.
That's the best place for that. And we're
Okay.
going to be there in just a few minutes.
Gotcha.
Okay? All right, board member reports. Does anybody have anything they want to bring up?
I just quickly report that I attended the governor's school board meeting end of August, and they are in full-fledged in-person, 117 kids, and so far everybody is following the mask mandate 110%, and they are doing well. So far there's no case, and everybody's happy. And one thing that has been talked is recognizing governor's school students' accomplishments on local boards. That was a suggestion made at the meeting. And also the Pulaski building needs a roof repair. I think that was on the agenda back in the days before COVID. And Dr. Sears brought it back, and of course, back in the days, the number for the roof repair changed quite a bit, so they're gonna bring a, new code about it. And I think it's gonna come down to the participating school districts in terms of how we can help to pitch in on that roof repair. So just FYI, you may hear that. And that's pretty much it, I think.
Okay, anybody else?
Oh, I do, and I'll make it quick. I know we're pushed for time. I just want to give a shout out to Christiansburg for their win at the last 7 seconds of the game against Abington. That was amazing, yay. And I gotta have to just give kudos to, I've been picking up my granddaughter on Tuesdays so my daughter-in-law can do some subbing. And she is a car rider at Auburn Elementary, and they do a phenomenal job with all of these parental pickups, and I'm sure every school with every teacher out there, they're running and trying to peg in who's there and who to get ready next, and it, even though it's a madhouse, it's smoother than I can imagine if I ever tried to do anything like that. So I've got to give kudos to those teachers out there that are manning that and doing it, because it is just a zoo. And then also, I've heard during our heat wave we had a couple weeks ago, just how hard it was. I understand all the situations, and I get the mask, but bus drivers, some of these buses are 106, 115 degrees that don't have air conditioning in them. And it's easy to wear a mask when you're in the buildings with air conditions. But when you're on those hot buses being forced to wear a mask without air conditions, I feel for them, and I just want them to hear that I feel for them, because I do. And the ladies in the cafeterias, I had to work today and on my day off, and just there again, finding people and getting them there, and it's tough everywhere. And I decided in between haircuts I was gonna clean the stove and put it on it heated up that kitchen it was crazy. I can't imagine all day long, every day, with mask on, and I know that's where we are, and that's fine, but I want them to know too that I'm thinking about them, and I'm thinking about those bus drivers and those students on those hot days. So.
Right, Mr. Chewbacca?
Yeah,
You have to extend in 4 minutes, just giving you a heads up.
Okay, hopefully I won't take that long. I attended the dialogue on race on the 28th, and heard some really good testimonials from some of our own students, but the one that I wrote down and came away with actually came from from one of our equity leads, who basically said that the students are our accountability, and I think that sums it up nice. We can congratulate ourselves, but if the students don't feel the effects of what we're doing, then we're coming up short, and that really kind of hit home to me. And the request from the students and from this equity lead was, that the time for talking was done and we need to do more. And, and I know that we are doing a lot, but it got me thinking about, Ms. Franklin has brought up some of this stuff in the past. I know we've done some training, but, you know, I certainly have a desire to see us, to see how, and I think this might be something that is in the strategic plan, but to see what we come up with that we are going to teach the students, all the students, because everybody needs to hear it, and that's part of the education, and, you know, and it's, you know, I'm disappointed that, you know, at the national level, this is kind of becoming a hot topic that, you know, I feel like is a way to almost preempt some of the things that we ought to be teaching. But, you know, I'm not going to be cowed by that, and I look forward to seeing what our community is going to do on that, and I would encourage us to move a little more quickly on that, because that's what the students are asking for, and I think it is needed. So.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a, hold on a second. Would anyone like to make a motion to extend?
I make a motion, we extend.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, next.
Okay, sorry, I've just got a few things here that I'd like to point out. With the talk about the employment this evening, I would like to make a point to say that we had a very successful job fair with 15 new applicants. Our HR team continues to work to fill positions, and we are getting positions filled. So I would like to put that out there. I know that we're having issues with them due to many different things that are out of our control, but our HR team is doing a fantastic job, and we are getting people in here. So I did want to make a point to mention that. I did want to say it was National Payroll Week. I don't think our payroll staff probably ever gets thanked very much, but they've got over 2,000 employees every month to have to make sure everything's right on that paycheck. And so a big thank you out to them for all they do. Another congratulations to our support staff employee of the year, Brian Light. He's from Harding Avenue. He's the senior custodian. So he was our employee of the month. I wanted to put the spotlight on him. Thank you, Mr. Light, for all you do. I did also want to say I've been really impressed at how our community continues to support our schools. I've been involved and talked with a few PTAs. They're providing breakfast. They're putting up positive school signs in the schools. When I've been to the schools, I've seen all these positive signs put up and around. We've had food trucks, ice cream trucks, stuff show up. So just very encouraging that our community is being so positive with our schools, and I think our community is stronger because of how our schools are. So just wanted to throw that out there. And one last note on the MCPS newsletter, mailed to every home, whether you had a child or not, very important information about the schools. I got nothing but extremely positive feedback on that. And these are from people who don't have any kids in the school, but just so they know what's going on in the community and what, you know, some information that they would never get just because they don't have a child in the school code. So just wanted to throw that out there, that some very positive feedback from community members, even without children in our school system. So just wanted to add that also.
Awesome.
I'd like to say something.
Yeah.
So one of the things I did this week, in the last week, is I visited our two middle schools. I visited two middle schools. I didn't visit the one out in Shawsville, but I went to CMS and BMS. And in both of the visits, I had the opportunity to talk to guidance counselors. And our guidance counselors are really under a lot of pressure right now because of a lot of things that are going on. And in particular, what they're very concerned about, and I know we voted not to put this on our agenda this evening, is the transgender policy and how it's being enforced in the schools. And there's some great concern. I would love to hear more from our guidance counselors about what they're seeing in the schools, because besides just the transgender policy, there's a lot going on, and our children are under a lot of pressure and stress, and there's a lot going on with COVID and changes, and I think it would be helpful for us to learn more about, you know, what our guidance counselors see out in the schools. We can sit here and say we know what's going on and how our students feel, but they're the people who are on the front line who are dealing with our students every day, and it was really a very enlightening conversation. The one at CMS was sort of off the cuff while I was walking with Mr. Hipple, And we ran into a guidance counselor and just started chatting about everything. And the other was when I was doing a tour around BMS, and we stopped by the guidance office, and two of the counselors were there. But I think it's something we need to really think about as our students, are going through a lot right now.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I also was at Christiansburg Middle and Kipps Elementary. And what I saw was a lot of people trying to do their jobs the best they could in some of the situations that were going on. And I was truly appreciative and wanted to get out of their way. But had some good conversations with folks. As Sue said, our counselors are, I think, feeling a little, I don't even know if frustrated is the right word, but wanting to do everything they can to support our students, but just not sure if they're able to do enough and how they're supposed to do it. So again, I think we need to, give some ears to exactly how our counselors are feeling about the jobs that they do every day, and how we can best support them, because they get a lot of information coming from many different directions. Also, the dialogue on race, I want to thank the school system for stepping up for all the support that they did. Every one of our staff that spoke were excellent in explaining, what our equity program is about, and listening to our students, as always, should open people's eyes, ears, and hearts, minds about what's actually going on in the buildings. I've said over and over again, we don't talk to the students, we don't know what's really going on, no matter what we do. Because some of the comments that were made were about stuff that we said wasn't supposed to be happening in the buildings, but it's still happening. And these wonderful students who are stepping up and pointing it out and saying, that's not supposed to be happening in our buildings and it needs to stop. And it was just heartwarming to me to know that we have brave students who are willing to do that. And I can't say enough about our equity leads and the work that they're doing. And they also need to be supported, because it is and can be very difficult, frustrating work. And to that effect, after hearing from a couple of those leads, our community group actually did a gift card to each one of our leads at the end of last school year to help them understand we appreciate everything that they're doing, because it takes a lot to step up and have those difficult conversations and try to put things in place to make things better for all our students. So I was impacted again by Ryan Wade, the equity lead at Blacksburg Middle School, and the work that he does with our students, and his comments about, if the students are saying shut up and do something, stop talking, do something. And I believe with our strategic plan, we will move things, but it's time to stop talking and having those students be more engaged to make sure we understand exactly what's going on and how it needs to stop immediately. Because the things that are happening in our buildings to some of our students is what we say we won't tolerate, but yet it's still happening, and it's been happening for decades. But again, I thank all of you for all the work that you're doing, because it is not easy work. And for taking your Saturday, for everyone who didn't even have to be there, taking your Saturday afternoon in that heat and coming out and supporting the work that's going on.
I'm not sure I understand.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I don't know what that
Okay. There are no matters of unfinished business. Now we're at new business. Are there any matters of new business?
So I would like to, and I'm not quite sure how to go about doing this, whether it's just something I mentioned now when we talk about the next meeting, but I would like us to consider a mandatory vaccination for staff. And I thought it was interesting that Dr. Bissell supported that idea and felt that was something that we should really be looking at doing. Obviously, trying to do it for students and we're not at that point yet, but I think getting all of our staff vaccinated, or as many as we can, is a step in the right direction, and I would like to see us do that.
Okay, so when I asked board members about adding this item to tonight's agenda, we did not have a majority.
Right.
That were willing to discuss the topic. So I need to know that there's a majority in order to add it to the next meeting agenda. It would have to be a majority to add it.
Okay, so how do we find that out?
I'd support a discussion.
Yeah, me too.
Okay?
We can discuss. Yeah, I have my reservation, that's why I didn't support the first time around, because we have to be really careful when we mandate something, what the outcome is gonna be when we are having hard time finding subs and teachers as is. If they decide not to be able to come, what we can do and what harm that will come to the students in a different way if we cannot, find enough personnel to teach.
So you're saying, yes, you want to add it to an agenda to discuss?
We can discuss. There's
Okay.
no,
Dana?
no harm to discussion.
No?
Right.
Penny, you already said yes
Yeah,
or no?
and I agree with Gunan.
Okay.
We need to be discussing this.
I'm not ready to discuss that level yet.
Okay, and neither am I, but we do have 4 that says they are. So, can we make sure that that's on the agenda for the next meeting? Okay, thank you. All right, any announcements or information?
I'm sorry, I had another item of new business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So I know we didn't want to change the agenda for tonight, but I would like to, again, bring up the issue of our transgender policy for a future meeting. And I think we have a problem in the county that we do need to discuss this and possibly offer some clarification to the staff. There were 5 of us that, we had a discussion about this last time. There were 5 of us that voted in favor of passing the policy. But I think there were some, as I understood it anyway, and I think as other staff members or board members I've talked to understood it, we passed it with the idea of enough flexibility that we were going to fit into the framework of the VDOE model guidance. And the way that, after we passed it, I think staff kind of came back and said, oh, you passed this language, therefore we have to treat it this way. And I don't, it certainly wasn't my intent, it wasn't the intent of several other board members. I think from a legal point of view, it could probably be argued both ways. I think, it would be helpful to have this discussion when Brad is there. But, the important piece out of the model policy says, if a student is not ready or able to safely share with their family about their gender identity, this should be respected. And the way that we are doing things right now is that if a student even, as far as I can tell, mentions something that they're interested in being referred to, in a different gender pronoun or something like that, the counselor is immediately notified and the parents must be notified. And I think this goes completely against the spirit of this policy. And I know that we got some legal advice from Brad, and I'm eager to have some back and forth on this, because what's happening now is completely different than what I had understood in that meeting when we passed it, so.
So I'll just go around the room. Sue?
Yes. You mean to talk
Jamie?
about it, to put it on the agenda for the next?
Jamie, do you want to add it to the agenda for next meeting?
I'm willing to talk about it, but.
Okay, Gunan?
I mean, I'm not shy to talk about it, but my hesitance is that it is, I would like the policy, the way that we try to, you know, train our counselors and expectation is being shared, school is started. You know, I don't want to confuse anybody any more than they're already confused how to implement what they have in their hand. So I rather have the policy to take its course a little bit, and then we will hear what is not working. We can always change and amend policies, and we do it, you know, all the time. So I think the improvement should come after we should see what are the setbacks as is. Because I know when we were discussing this before, you know, it was an and or become an, you know, and situation. But again, it comes to our attention that if we know something and we don't share with the parents, then we are in trouble as well, because if they are under 18, the parent has to know what is going on. So it is a fine line, but I really don't want everybody think that we're going to change something that they're trying to already, you know, put it in place. Not a good feeling, especially on this challenging topic. So I'd rather have the policy takes its course a little bit, and if we hear that, you know, it's not working the way that we intended to work, then, you know, then we'll work on an amendment. That's how I feel.
But
Dana, wait.
I'm
Okay.
going to say no because I'm good with the parental right being in place because that's just the right thing to do. And I feel like parents should know.
All right, Penny?
Okay, so if students are immediately having their parents contacted as soon as they ask for any kind of accommodation, and the student is not really aware that this is how things will happen, then yeah, we could harm a student tomorrow, right? So I think there needs to be discussion so that we have clarification as to exactly what is happening and how our students are being guided through the process if they want accommodations.
Okay.
And just,
And
can I just add, oh, I'm sorry, you didn't.
I'm trying to figure out where we're at with
Okay.
adding it to the agenda. And
I changed mine to no, because I do agree with Goonan, and I don't think we need to make it we've made a decision, and
Okay.
I'm sticking with that.
And I'm a no also. But I want to ask, Dr. Meyer, would it be possible for Annie to provide us a presentation of what she learned working with the attorneys, and what the guidance is that we are giving to our guidance counselors and how we're supporting those students?
Absolutely. I was going to suggest that. I think that would be good
Yeah.
to see the training that our counselors have gone through.
Right.
And for her to give the reasonings behind that have been given
Right.
by Brad and his team, what and why we're doing it, you know.
So we got to know to add it to not add it to the agenda for discussion. But I think based on some of the things I've heard you guys say and what I've been a part of with you know, understanding how all this works, I think you have some wrong information. So I'd really like for Annie to explain and give the right information.
And I think
so
that could,
everyone
I think
hears
that, and I agree with you, and I think that could be part of the discussion.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm still not clear on Gunnan, where you're coming. I'm not saying necessarily we have to vote on something. I just want to be able to have a discussion about it because we have gone back and forth. There was some confusion. So what is the harm in having a discussion about it, maybe even after Annie gives us a presentation?
I think we can ask her questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I see
Great.
that, that's a
Yeah.
good-
Because in my conversations with guidance counselors, there is confusion, and there is definitely what they're hearing versus what they thought it was are not the same, so there's definitely a
Yeah.
disconnect.
Well, I mean, we did training sessions, and in fact, I think you talked to some before we even did the training, which.
No, it was
probably-
after.
Okay, I thought there was
Actually, we
one.
did training all the way through Thursday,
Yeah,
so
so-
you'd already visited.
So,
No, it was after.
but we did the training with them, and Jason is continuing to work with guidance counselors to continue to
good to
provide
hear.
training and clarification.
Right.
But the training was pretty clear I mean, Annie did a really good job in explaining. But if folks still don't understand it, we've actually asked Jason to continue and follow up with questions and give clarity on what's being best. And yes, some may not like the answers we're given, but we're doing it based on legal guidance.
So I wasn't sure about your comment to Sue about the training was done through Thursday, so.
And she had visited schools before then.
No,
There was training going on all week.
They were, I know for a fact, it was after the training, because they said it was after the training, so.
Well, I think this
Yeah, pretty
highlights
sure
why,
that it
we
was
shouldn't be
after
having the
the-
discussion now. This highlights
Yeah.
why we need
Right.
the discussion, so. and I
Different people
think-
had
and I
training
think
on
we'll have-
different days.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yes.
I mean, it's good to get
Okay.
clarification.
Right, all right. So any other new business?
I don't know if this falls under new business, but I would, and I don't remember where we had left things on board members attending our own committee meetings. I know we're not supposed to have more than 2 board members there, but I think there's a meeting of the GAC on Thursday, and I would like to attend that meeting. I don't know if I need to get permission from the board to do that or not, but I think they're holding it by Zoom, and when I say attend, I mean just attend it live.
I will check on the
I know that
bylaws.
I won't be able to participate, and I don't want to participate. I just want to attend.
I will check on the bylaws and let you know.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Huh?
what's the,
To their public
Oh,
anyway?
it's live streamed.
Will it be live, or will it be
Uh-huh.
recorded?
It's live streamed.
Okay, all right, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Great.
public.
Okay, any announcements or information? All right, board members, our closed session items are the personnel report and religious exemptions. Does anyone need to meet in closed session to ask questions regarding either of these items?
I'm good.
No.
Okay, so we can proceed with skipping closed session. Do you have a motion to exempt 4 students from compulsory attendance in Montgomery County Public Schools?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
aye.
Do you have a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I adjourn the meeting at 11:49.
Got to Franklin County in the morning for our first in-person meeting.
Oh, my.
Superintendents.